Saying the same
and
thing.
Then they're going up to. Oh yeah, Domi's out there in the middle. They're trying to.
Hi, Twitch.
Oh, well.
How we doing?
Worked for you last time, Carolina. Go out there and be idiots again. You just got your asses kicked.
I was going to say, man.
If I was Brindamore, I wouldn't even have had. Look at Gallant. God, I love him.
Oh, fight after the game.
I missed this. I turned it off. I mean,
Felipe, did you see the names of those songs I sent you?
Oh yeah, they were pretty funny.
They got Trouba, they got Reeves. I mean,
big baller pull up.
Reeves is the toughest guy in the league, isn't he?
Seriously, the Rangers are like, let's do this. You want to do this? We'll do this. Keandre Miller's huge.
What's the name of the dude that we talked about on the show one time because he had a sandwich between the second and third period?
It was the goalie.
And
actually, it was between the first and second overtimes. He had the whatever and broccoli.
That's right.
Pork and broccoli.
Did he play for the Rangers?
No, he played for
Penguins.
The Penguins.
Oh.
Reeves just the whole shift is just talking.
We got a minute.
Reeves is trying to get him to fight.
Yeah.
All right, you can put it back on now. It's just I didn't need that going over. Yeah,
Jacob Trouba is one thing.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you. How the heck are you? We are Miller and Moulton. And this week, we're on not just the Florida, but also the Michigan Sports Network, and we're very happy about that. Let's get over the hump together. That's our thing. How are you this morning, Mark?
I'm doing well. A little bit of hockey last night. Did not catch a lot of the West Coast hoop. I will be fair to the audience and let them know I was not all that interested in Golden State and Dallas, but took in Rangers and Carolina and a little bit early on of the Battle of Alberta. But it looks as if the Rangers and Carolina are going to give us a series, David.
I think the two hockey series that are going on right now are really cute. This junior varsity series going on between both the Rangers and Carolina and then Calgary and Edmonton. It's really cute. I mean, Tampa Bay's already, they're in Cabo for a few days. They're chilling. They just let us know who we're playing next week. And they're going to be flying out to Cabo tomorrow after they take care of business tonight. So the Lightning and the Avs are going to play in the Stanley Cup final. We all know it. But Carolina and the Rangers and Edmonton and Calgary, they're playing very entertaining hockey. It is cute. It is. It's fun.
You know, you're more than likely right on this, but you are very convinced that the best player in the world can't get through Colorado, and one of the best goaltenders out there couldn't find a little lightning in a bottle. If the Rangers were to get through Carolina, I think their goaltender gives them a puncher's chance against Tampa Bay.
I will grant you that I think the Rangers, because the Rangers actually have some borderline stars. You know, we talked about the 5 elite players that the Lightning have. And I think the Rangers have 2 or 3 elite players. I don't know if Carolina has any, maybe Aho. All right. But they don't have the goaltending. They can't steal a game in nets. It's also why I don't think Edmonton can do anything to Colorado. I don't think Mike Smith can steal a game. You know, I don't think Connor McDavid and that one great line can win a series against one of the 2 best teams in the league in Colorado. So that's why I think, you know, yes, there are good and exciting matchups, whoever comes out of this junior varsity tournament here. You know, Edmonton and the Rangers is who I think the NHL would prefer play in the varsity tournament to then get eliminated and have Colorado, Tampa Bay play for the cup.
Well, they wouldn't want the Rangers to get eliminated. They would want the Rangers in the Stanley Cup final every year.
Well, but you know what I mean. To just get through the next round.
100%.
And then when they lose in 5, they would be at the end of the handshake line going, hey, guys, great job. You gave us 6 weeks. That's fantastic.
Yes.
Best draw in the tournament. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. All right. Good luck next year.
There's no doubt there. Now, the Mike Smith factor in Edmonton, I have nothing for you there, David. I mean, because I could sit there and passionately tell you that the McDavid line could get it done. They could win 4 games. Oof. It's possible.
Wow.
But then when you throw the Mike Smith factor in there,
right,
I have trouble.
Right. And for those that don't know, Mike Smith is 712 years old, and he's in nets for Edmonton, and he manages to give away at least 1 game a series. He likes to handle the puck. Sometimes he's really good at it, and sometimes he turns it over like a bad defenseman, and that's not good when you're the goalie.
And all you in Michigan understand completely, Ken Holland's their general manager, and since there's been a salary cap, he doesn't have a clue how to run an organization.
Well, I will say, though, Connor McDavid brought Evander Kane onto the team and might be saving Ken Holland's career because this is working. This is working. But Miller and Moulton on this Wednesday. We had something happen yesterday that hadn't happened before. 2 of the 22 women who are suing Deshaun Watson went public. Put their names and faces on it and said, yeah, I'll talk. Sure. And they sat down with Brian Gumbel on that Real Sports show on HBO. And I don't know how many people still watch it, but
it is the television. It is greater than the television equivalent of Charles Robinson from Yahoo coming on a college campus.
Right.
Brian Gumbel in Real Sports screams, oh, damn, we don't want that story to come out.
Right. Oh, well, they're doing it. It's going to take a while to circulate from that show since 74,000 people watch it, but wow, this could be a problem. So, and I wonder if nothing else, if these young ladies are going to put pressure on the NFL, that if the NFL is maybe leaning towards a certain suspension, are they now going to, by raising a little more awareness and being really honked off at the Browns? I mean, they're just like, you want to talk about a slap in the face. I mean, obviously, you guys don't care about us. You don't care about women. You just don't care. He can throw a football, and that's all you care about. And most fans listening, you're going, well, yeah, unfortunately, that's pretty much how it works. But I wonder if it's just going to put more pressure on the NFL. And in the past, they've handed out 4 or 6 game suspensions. There's usually been 1 transgression that they're handing out a 4 or 6 game suspension for. I mean, is it possible? We're all playing commissioner. How long do you think Deshaun's going to get? I'll get 6. Well, maybe he'll get 8 and he'll appeal and it'll be reduced to 6.
Isn't it amazing that whenever we play the commissioner or anybody else, our voice gets higher, not lower?
Yes.
I mean, don't you think it should be, we're the commissioner.
That's
what
true.
Do you think he should get? It's more of a little more gravitas to that, as opposed to, I'm playing the commissioner. I wonder what I should do. And I'm not faulting you, David. It's the voice that we all use when we play someone else.
Maybe we just don't hold the commissioners in as high a regard. This isn't like, Batman days in which, they were going to the police commissioner and, oh, wow, this is important. Now it's kind of like, well, we're going to see Adam Silver right after lunch.
You had to go Adam Silver. I've got nothing with that voice, Adam Silver, because it is the right voice for Adam Silver.
So, but it's a dadgum good point, though. Why is it that the commissioner...
Going to see the commissioner. Back at the Hall of Justice.
That's just the problem. The narrator has the impressive voice, not the commissioner, when you think about it. I think you nailed it. Where are we going again?
Back to the commissioner.
Hey, guys, good to see you. I think that's how we all envision how this is going these days. We just hold everybody in such low regard. But is it possible that the NFL actually throws the proverbial book at Watson, in which somebody in the room goes, if we're handing out 4 and 6 game suspensions for one transgression, we did an investigation here. What if they find there's credibility with a large number of these women? I mean, the pitcher for the Dodgers just got 2 years, and that's after being suspended for a third of a season between the latter part of last year and the first part of this year. I mean, is it possible the NFL could channel their inner Major League Baseball and say
they never have before? It would be unprecedented.
Well, I mean,
for them to give a suspension anywhere in the Trevor Bauer type of realm.
Well, I mean, you get a year for gambling. Paul Horning, Alex Karras, now Ridley with the Falcons. I mean, that's the other thing. There's somebody in the back of the room going, hey, just want to remind you, we gave a year to a wide receiver for betting on some NFL games. I don't know. You might want to consider going at least a year for this. I'm just wondering, is it possible? Because if you think about it, if they find credibility with multiple women,
in the back of the room, the marketing director suggests 1 year. Sorry,
Hey, guys, what do you think? Think we should go 17?
That's the former marketing director.
I nominate a full year. Who's with me?
That's about how I think that would go.
No? Okay. I thought a tell was the Browns' schedule. I believe week 7, week 8, they're involved in a Monday Night Football game. I don't think they're scheduled to be on prime time before then. Could just be a coincidence. Then again, you could also look at the schedule and say, well, they ain't going to want his first or second game back. And I think it's in Cleveland. And I remember looking at the Monday night schedule going, no, don't tell me we're going to get Deshaun Watson's first home game in Cleveland. This is going to be a zoo. This is going to be an event for all the wrong reasons. But then if you're the league, do you really want that?
Not really.
No. You would think you'd want the
You'd
suspension
want
to be
you'd
longer.
want a 1 o'clock. Well, but you'd want his first game back to be 1 o'clock in the midst of a full slate of NFL action, David.
Against Jacksonville.
In a perfect world, yes.
Like I'm looking here at the schedule. Yeah. Halloween night. Bengals at Browns. I think it's week 8. So, I don't know. Just got me thinking.
How long do you think it's going to be? Realistically, you've been pretty consistent on this.
Eight knocked down to 6 on appeal. Although that Halloween game, though, I just keep staring at it going, man, if it's anything less than 8, Deshaun Watson's playing on Monday Night Football on Halloween night at home. I mean,
But if it is 8, Baker Mayfield's playing on Monday Night Football at home.
they're not even letting him show up for OTAs. Not that he wants to. I think he's making a big mistake. I think he should be
I'd
there
be
with
knocking
bells
on the front door.
Yep. Hey, guys. Hey, guys. I'm here.
Hey, anybody want a Progressive hat?
He may be taking a Bermuda or the Bahamas or wherever he's taking it, but he ain't going to be around the first 2 months of the year. Remember me?
I did all those commercials that drove everybody nuts.
Just make sure you give me half a playoff share when I get you guys off to a good start. It's actually what he should do. He should get him off to a good start and then get traded at the deadline. Seriously. Increase his value. Show he's healthy. He can play.
100%. Not going to happen.
Now, you guys don't want me?
Now quarterbacks sound like that. I don't know how you command a huddle with that voice.
Because that's apparently how much regard we're holding him in now. He has one bad year. Enough of you. Wait, what is this? Music going in a break?
Yeah.
The sultry sounds of Miller and Moulton.
Well, it's
Mark, we're playing golf.
Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Go to floridasportsnetwork.com to sign up now.
I'd like to thank Budweiser, Twin Peaks, and Southwest Florida Golf Carts. Got some good stuff there. flgolfcarts.com.
Where are you going to go? floridasportsnetwork.com. Sign up for our tournament Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Your golf will include your foursome and a chance to have lunch and awards after.
Sign up at floridasportsnetwork.com.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
3 homers, 8 RBIs.
Good tip. You see the score? Were you in here? The score that was the Indiana-Iowa game the other day was 30-16, 30-17 baseball game.
Yep. And I thought the team that won at one point was down like 8.
Of course, sitting behind home plate that game was the Marlins, man. Dudes everywhere.
We put how many games should Deshaun Watson get? How many games do you think he's going to get?
Did we do that or no?
I don't know. But just the fact that it's starting to be talked about.
Yeah, what choices? Because one of the choices has to be none.
Exactly.
None. No charges were filed. G goes 0. No charges were filed. 4 to 6. 8 to 12. Full year.
Yeah. What was your first one? 1 to 4?
No.
0. No charges filed.
4 to 6.
6 to 8 or 7 to
No, I was thinking 8 to 12.
8 to 12.
A full year.
eight.
30 seconds.
Michigan and Florida, connected by tourism and I-75. Now back to Miller and Moulton.
Live this week on not just the Florida, but the Michigan Sports Network. Good morning, Detroit, Flint, Grand Rapids, Traverse City, Grayling, and Gaylord, and, well, top of the morning to you, Toledo. We are Miller and Moulton, based out of Southwest Florida and on in 4 markets in the state of Florida on the Florida Sports Network. We're filling in for Anthony, who does mornings on the Michigan Sports Network. He is off today. We'll have quite the Michigan connection on the show tomorrow. Voice of the Tigers, Matt Shepard's joining us, and our buddy Rashad Phillips, who played his college ball at Detroit.
There you go. I like it.
So a little Michigan flavor to the show yesterday.
I was going to say, as far as where we are in Florida, for all listening in Michigan, if you haven't been here, your uncle has a place.
Is it possible there are places just north of us, but it's somewhere along the highway, right?
We're on here in Tampa, between Tampa, Port Charlotte, and no offense to Lake City, but not the tourism town that the water cities are. But
once you get to Lake City, you might as well go, well, if we just go another 200-300 miles.
Right. And that's what I'd like people to text us from Michigan, where it is their family members have places in Florida. Text FSN Radio to 21,000 and just let us know where you visited.
You can catch the show on twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton. It's the Miller and Moulton channel. And while you're there, follow us, please. Mark has a thing. He wants us to get 1,000 followers. I mean, we have a lot of people who watch, and they come in and out. They don't necessarily hit the purple follow button at the bottom. If you would do that, it would make my co-host happy, and I would thank you. Hey, can we play the standings game for a second?
Ooh.
Because this was something that it used to be in baseball that, Labor Day, and then maybe you pushed it back to July 4th.
Memorial Day, you mean?
No. In baseball, like years ago, okay, it used to be that, whatever the standings were, say on July 4th, and you and I went, whoa.
Okay,
whoa.
yeah.
No, actually. We did a little research and looked it up and said, you're not going to believe this. We know they play 3,000 games, but basically once they're a quarter of the way through the season, the standings hold up a lot. Remember, you got 6 teams now on each side. So you got Yankees, Twins, Astros winning the division, Rays and Angels as wild cards, and believe it or not, Toronto, just 3 games over 500, would be the 6th seed.
Okay.
Which of those 6 wouldn't make it right now? 3 in the East, just the Twins from the Central, top 2 in the West.
Wow.
Yeah, think about it, right?
I'd want to say the Twins, but they're off to such a great start. They're 5.5 up on the White Sox right now. That's a bad division. Detroit's not nearly what they were supposed to be.
Well, yeah. I mean, think about the advantage that the Twins and the White Sox, because I think the White Sox, they've had some injuries and got off to the rough start, but I think the White Sox will, find their groove, so to speak. And now you've got the Guardians, and listen, the Tigers and Royals are so much worse right now than we thought they'd be. I mean, if you're the White Sox and the Twins, you're like, wow, there's a lot of wins playing division games.
At least there should be.
Right. So just throwing that out there. Which one of those 6 do you think won't be there at the end? I mean, the Angels seem to have pitching this year, which is frightening, and no one's gotten hurt yet.
By the way, another bad division.
Surprisingly so. Not that Oakland and Texas are not that good, but it's very surprising. Seattle, who won, 89, 90 games last year, is 8 below 500.
Toronto would be the logical choice just based on the record. Boston seems to have a little something going on lately, and it's going to be competitive in the East. So I'll say Toronto, even though I picked them as a playoff team. They're the most vulnerable right now.
All right. Here's my theory. The White Sox are ultimately going to win the Central, and it's going to come down to the Twins and the Angels as to who's the last wild card.
That would be epic. That wild card game.
So
Epic?
Yes, Twins Angels.
Twins Angels would I want you to just pause for a second. The Twins versus the Angels would be epic. That would be like saying the Sacramento Kings versus the Portland Trailblazers would be epic.
Stop it, Mark. You know that baseball fans agree with me.
Actually, I don't think that they do.
Well, they would like the Angels part of it. In theory, Ohtani would pitch. Ohtani, Trout, Rendon. All right. I do think the Angels part would be
very intriguing.
Yes.
You're into the Twins because you went to so many spring training games. And
They're
you hold
really
them in
good this year.
But you hold them in higher regard than the rest of the baseball world
right.
does.
They have no national following.
Because you were at a bunch of games, and you started this bandwagon in March, personally.
They're a fun little team. I understand that there is a more box office matchup, but it would still be a good game.
So you're going to back off the epic.
Okay, I'll back off the epic.
Thank you.
Go. There you go. That was really selling it. You got to admit, you want that kind of enthusiasm in the sales/marketing department right there. Guys, it looks like we're going to have to promote Twins Angels.
That would be epic.
I can't wait. That's what I was hoping for. Right. Oh, okay. All right. We're going to put Felipe in charge of posters. Right. All right. So there's a 6 right now in the AL, which would mean, no White Sox and no Red Sox right now. Teams of which there were expectations going in. Okay. And no Seattle. Also, there were some expectations with Seattle. Mariners have made the playoffs in 20 years. It's the longest postseason drought in North American sports right now. amongst our big four professional teams. All right. National League right now. Mets, Brewers, Dodgers. Close, by the way. Dodgers only a game and a half ahead of the Padres. But Mets, Brewers, Dodgers. Division champs. And then you'd have Padres, Cardinals, Giants. In that order is your wild card. So you got 3 from the West, 2 from the Central, and just the Mets from the East.
I'd like to think the Braves are going to have something going to go on before this is all said and done.
You know me. It's the Braves until proven otherwise.
And
I'm a Mets fan.
Well, and the great start of the Mets cannot be at all pushed to the side. This has been unreal, not to mention the fact they've done it losing DeGrom. Now Scherzer's on the sideline. They lost their setup guy. They've lost another starter. Right. I mean, 2 All-Stars, a perennial Cy Young winner. This is what. So you've got to think at some point that this 8-game lead is going to shrink to 4. Just on pure
right. Well, and also
talent right now that the Mets are missing.
Well, there's not another team in the division that's even 500. And between the Phillies and the Braves, or maybe even both, that they're going to get their acts together and get above 500. So you're right. This lead's getting cut down. But, do you think the Mets have enough to at least squeak in as the 6th seed? I mean, DeGrom and Scherzer ain't pitching before July. I mean, I think you could circle it right now. June's the month for the Mets. Mets can play 500 ball in June. They're going to make the playoffs.
I agree with you.
But, Brewers and Cardinals in the Central. Listen, the Cardinals are just a tremendous organization. They always find a way to win, even when they got Wainwright and Molina, who combined are 114 years old. But tell you what, I'll take the Giants out and put the Braves in. So I'll make one change to each league, but I think 10 of the 12 playoff teams that we have right now, take a little snapshot in time. I think that's what we're going to end up with.
I don't think you're far off. Not to mention some of these teams have built incredible leads early. I mean, you look at, like you mentioned, the Mets are playing 650 baseball, basically.
8-game lead, largest in baseball. It's just a game and a half in the West with the Dodgers and Padres, 3 between the Brewers and Cards. That one will probably go pretty late. A game in the AL West between the Astros and Angels. And the Twins lead is bigger than the Yankees lead.
The question is, the Padres got off to this great start a year ago and fell apart. Can they actually get it to the finish line this year?
Got a much better manager, a little bit deeper organization, and got a little something to prove. Everybody's job's on the line. Not the manager, but the guy who hired him. So there you go. Just a little snapshot in time. A couple days away from Memorial Day weekend. And if you go back, take a snapshot in the last 5 years as to what the standings look like around May 25th. And that's pretty much been your playoffs.
Miller and Moulton, we thank you for listening. More on the other side right here on the Florida Sports Network. Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. FLGolfCarts.com.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled, marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the Chicken Bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
I do love they have this Twitter account that I follow. Wu-Tang is for the children. That's what one of the Wu-Tang members said at the MTV Video Music Awards when they jumped on when someone else won, and he said Wu-Tang is for the children. Yeah. Based on this chart, we'll be back to normal by Friday because we're going to need to get the Hamptons post up on Instagram. Mass shooting, arrow. Media extravaganza, arrow. Thoughts and prayers, arrow. Social media gun debates, arrow. No one actually does anything, arrow. Back to normal. Pretty much a cycle, isn't it? We're so numb now, it's not even funny.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even you and I who care. Oh, this Grand Rapids station's on like a 50,000 watt flamethrower.
Is it really?
96.1. I mean, it's
a hot rock and flame throwing FM.
yeah.
You know what I keep holding out hope for? There was no movement between Ireland and Northern Ireland. And then there was a bombing in which a bunch of kids died. And for whatever reason, at that moment in time, it stuck. And
Yeah, it's
Clinton.
the second time we just shot up.
No. I know that.
Grade school.
I know that. I mean, we go all the way back to Columbine in '99. I know. But there have been moments in other countries and what have you, in which for whatever reason, there is one thing at a particular time. And for whatever reason, that time, people said, okay, enough's enough. I mean, because they really hate each other there. I mean, and they killed leaders. They went at it. They went, the Gaza Strip, they went at it for a long time. And for whatever reason, I think it was in the late 90s, Clinton sent George Mitchell over and it worked. And it's held. And if you really look back at their history, you're like, wow, so this was the event? Now, granted, it was kids. But it's, if nothing else, I think you need to have the referendum publicly. I think we need to, I think the people need to decide, not the politicians. The people need to decide, are we okay with this or not? And if we decide we're okay with it, then we're okay with it. Okay, but we've surrendered all our power to the politicians. Okay. I would just like us to take our power back. Whatever we decide, we decide. But I don't know why we just go, there's nothing we can do. Yeah,
30 seconds.
actually, there is. But that's all. I'm just wondering. I mean, if I was the Democrats, I would make this the focal point of my life and just say, we're running on this, vote against us. And if you do, okay, I'll lose on this. Absolutely, I'll lose on this.
Moulton's $20.
Yeah. And yeah, if I'm going to lose if I'm going to lose the election, I want to lose on this side of the issue. Absolutely.
Michigan and Florida, where, let's face it, if it wasn't for Tom Brady, there would be 4 bad NFL teams between them. Now back to Miller and Moulton.
Here on both the Florida and Michigan sports networks. Top of the morning to Detroit, Flint, Grand Rapids, Traverse City, up north, and Toledo. It is a thrill for us, particularly, I think I speak for my co-host, as somebody who's born and raised.
It is, and I should have done this off air. You got to you did it perfectly the first time. Just go with the Grayling and Gaylord, because this is where people that are not from Michigan get confused. Basically, half of the Lower Peninsula is up north.
Because I was told that Grayling Gaylord is quote unquote up north.
They call that, because you're starting to get to the, Grayling's kind of
like in South Carolina, you have upstate. I was told that was up north,
but
it's not.
Everything's up north. Okay. For Twitch, here's the hand. Okay.
Right. Michigan's the hand.
You take half, all your fingers, your palm is downstate. Your fingers are up north.
Is that like Florida I-4?
Yeah.
Okay. The palm is I-4 south.
Yeah. That's all. And I mean, I don't want to offend any, because Traverse City is up north. Petoskey is up north. Alpena is up north.
I'm sorry. What was that Polish one in the middle there?
Petoskey?
Right. It sounds like, you know what? Well, what do you want?
Don't start knocking the Petoskey
I'm
stone.
not,
It's a state stone in Michigan. You're getting this is dangerous, Jersey boy.
Just saying, as somebody who is now getting an education here, which you know how much I enjoy that. But I mean, when you said Petoskey, I thought to myself, is that a side? All right. What would you like on the side? Okay. I'd like some baked beans and a Petoskey. Okay.
It's a pierogi.
Now I understand. It's
The
time for
Starting Five. 5 stories you need to know. It's the Starting 5 on Miller and Moulton. Here's number 1.
Deshaun Watson had 2 of his accusers speak out on HBO's Real Sports last night. They condemned the Browns for the contract. Ashley Solis is one of the 22 accusers, saying, quote, "It's just like a big screw you that we don't care. He can run and throw, and that's what we care about." Ashley, unfortunately, yes, that's how pro sports works. Roger Goodell, by the way, said, once again, you see,
that was very good.
Roger Goodell, Roger Goodell said, "Well, the league, we've done our investigation, and I can't give a timeline as to a ruling."
I never expected to have the commission on, but I now know it's done.
Commissioner, thanks for coming on. We think you sound like this.
Could you imagine if Raj came on and all of a sudden, well, guys, thanks for having me on the show.
Man, oh, man, I wouldn't be able to speak the rest of the show. The NFL did a few things yesterday. They adjusted the hiring processes for not just head coach, but also for quarterback coach, which is like expanding the Rooney Rule yet again. Here's what they're doing, Mark. Interviews are now prohibited with candidates that are employed until after Wild Card Weekend. So they're trying to make it so that everybody has an even playing field, that it doesn't work against you, that your team has success and you're in the playoffs. Because half the teams get eliminated, or a third of the teams get eliminated Wild Card Weekend. So they're allowing for that to happen, and then the interviews can start.
All right.
So also they're making it so that one minority needs to be interviewed for the quarterback coaching position, because they're seeing how important that now is to becoming a head coach. The NFL is seriously considering ending the Pro Bowl. Something that we never thought would happen for the simple fact that 7 to 8 million people watch it.
TV numbers are spectacular for how bad the event is.
I mean, that's NBA conference finals. And that's NBA good conference finals numbers for the Pro Bowl. But you know what this tells me, Mark? Players have no interest.
Yep.
They've had it in Hawaii. They put it in Orlando. You can bring your families. We'll give you a week-long vacation on us. Nope. Not interested. They're talking about either eliminating the game or making it essentially flag football, taking the tackle part out of it. Ravens signed cornerback Kyle Fuller, formerly of the Bears and the Broncos, to a one-year deal. NHL, Rangers even the series with Carolina at a 2 apiece with a 4-1 win. Andrew Kopp with a goal and 2 assists. Shesterkin with 30 saves. Home teams have won all 4 games in that series. Edmonton's won 3 in a row against Calgary, 5-3 the final last night. Oilers jumped out to a 3-0 first period lead. Calgary tied it early third, only to have Ryan, Nugent, and Hopkins score twice, including the game winner with less than 3.5 to go. Edmonton, a game away from the conference finals. I think 06, last time Edmonton made it to the conference finals. That's when they made it all the way to the finals before losing to Carolina. Game 5, Colorado St. Louis with the Avs up 3-1 is tonight. By the way, World Hockey Championships, both the USA and Canada are in the quarterfinals. The quarters is where it's elimination. You lose, you get nothing. U.S. plays Switzerland, who's apparently undefeated in this tournament, and Canada's got Sweden. For those paying attention, the UK government approved Dodgers co-owner Todd Bowley's bid for Chelsea. Care to guess how much?
5?
5 and a smidge.
5 and a smidge, huh? That's with a B, everybody.
5.33 billion for Chelsea. Well, I mean, that's about what the Broncos are going to go for, and they're valued at around the 10th highest valued NFL franchises. So there you go, 5.33 billion. The bid's been accepted. NBA playoffs, Dallas stayed alive. They beat Golden State by 10, 119-109. Luka was good, 30 points, 14 rebounds, 9 assists. Dallas hit 23s. Golden State only hit 10 of them.
If you're looking to become an arena manager, I would apply at the American Airlines Arena. They had a leak.
Things you don't see often, Mark. The NBA game had a 16-minute rain delay. That's right. A game indoors had a 16-minute rain delay. Apparently 2 leaks. One by the Warriors bench, where it was coming through the ceiling, and then another one which was down by the other side, not on the court, but in the stands.
At least it wasn't hitting Cuban.
Right.
Cuban was not happy.
You think?
Oh my gosh, they kept on showing his face and he was just angry.
It's not embarrassing, is it? You don't think it's embarrassing.
The memes alone on Shark Tank references for does it fix a leaky roof are incredible.
Think of all the products that he hasn't bought, now he needs to buy.
Flexi. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Don't kid.
Yep.
That's what they needed last night, was a little Flex Seal on that roof.
Never mind anything having to do with mops and buckets. And one other NBA note, Zach LaVine, currently of the Bulls, but he is an unrestricted free agent, had successful left knee surgery. Got to give it up to him entering a free agent year. He played through a really bad left knee. He missed 13 games, but he averaged 24 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists for the Bulls and played through a significant knee injury. Keeps being linked to the Lakers, which I find hysterical because they have $1.79 available under the cap. You know who could be a player in free agency? Detroit, San Antonio. There's a handful of teams that right now are not good, but
have one, are going to draft another and could pick up a third and all of a sudden go from bad to maybe competing for a playoff spot.
DeAndre Ayton's an unrestricted free agent, and the Suns are not going to pay him the max. The Spurs and Pistons can afford to pay him the max. Now, I don't think he's a max player, but you put him on those two teams, they get good quickly. They're playoff teams next year if they sign DeAndre Ayton. Baseball, Rays shut out the Marlins 4-0. McClanahan, he's their best pitcher, 6 shutout innings. He's 4-2. Rays hit 4 homers, including Kiermaier starting the game off with an inside the park job.
I happened to turn the game on and saw it. I don't think I've ever seen an inside the park home run, live or on television. And I'm just had the game on TV too, getting ready for the hockey, and he hits that. And I'm like, oh, he's making. Oh, wait a minute, that might be an inside the park home run. And damned if it wasn't. The center fielder knew it. As soon as he dove and missed he got up. I mean, he got up and was flying, and the right fielder ended up getting the ball. But as soon as the center fielder dove, he's like, "Oh, blank!
Yeah,
I got to get on my horse here. This is not good."
Yeah, he can run. I love if you ever follow on the app and you see the box score, and someone hits a home run, and they tell you how many feet it is. And so I love the fact that the Kiermaier homer is listed at 292 feet. Because apparently that's how far the ball flew before it bounced. Yankees rallied to beat the Orioles 7-6 in 11. Jose Trevino with the game-winning RBI. It was emotional. This is the anniversary of his dad's death. And so good for him. Stanton left the game in the 7th with a calf injury. Just throwing that out there. Judge and Stanton have been carrying this team. Chapman went on the IL with an Achilles. Stanton got removed from the game for a calf injury. That's how these things start.
Here we go with the annual Stanton injury.
Twins 2-0 over the Tigers, who are 14-28. That is unbelievable. Sonny Gray with 7 shutout innings. Braves 6-5 over the Phils. Phil scored 2 in the 9th to take the lead. Only to have the Braves score 2 in the 9th to win it. Cubs 11-4 over the Reds.
Where are you going to go?
12-30 are the Reds, worst record in the league. Frank Schwindel with 2 homers for the Cubs. Mookie Betts hit 2 homers for the Dodgers in a 9-4 win over the Nats. Toronto 8-1 over St. Louis. Danny Jensen with a 3-run homer. Vlad Jr. also homered. Colorado 2-1 over Pittsburgh in 10. Boston's won 6 in a row. 16-3 over the White Sox. You don't get extra credit for that, do you?
No, you do not, but they are getting closer and closer to that magic 500 number, David.
Astros 7-3 over the Guardians. Angels 5-3 over Texas. Noah Syndergaard, best outing since his arm injury 3 years ago, 8 innings of 1-run ball. Brewers 4-1 over the Padres as Corbin Burns outpitched Blake Snell, a couple of recent Cy Young Award winners. Arizona 8-6 over Kansas City. The Royals are also 14-28 with the Tigers. Oakland ended their 13-game losing streak to Seattle 7-5, and a wild one in San Francisco. Did I go a little baseball announcer there? And a wild one at San Francisco.
How wild was it, Brockmeyer?
Well, Jock Peterson got a batting tip from Barry Bonds before the game, Mark.
How about that?
And he then had 3 homers and 8 RBIs. The Mets scored 10 runs in the final 3 innings and lost. The Giants with 2 in the bottom of the 9th to win it 13-12.
I think I like the commissioner voice better.
Oh, thank you very much, Mark. By the way, Tim Anderson came out and said, yeah, there is no inside joke between me. And he's right. 3 years ago on the Base Paths, after I made the comment, he did say, hey, Jackie, how you doing? And I basically told him, don't ever blink and talk to me again. So there you go. Bryson DeChambeau withdrew from the Charles Schwab Challenge. And I believe that pretty much covers it. So that was
the Starting 5 every weekday morning at this time on Miller and Moulton.
Is that a bad John Miller I was trying to do when John Miller breaks into his stereotypical baseball announcer voice?
A little more minor league than John Miller.
More Brockmeyer?
More Brockmeyer than Miller.
Well, thank you very much, Mark, and hello again, everybody. Welcome to Miller and Moulton on this fine Wednesday morning, wherever you may be.
About to be on your own. I'm just letting you know.
Come on. Is there because you did minor league hockey for 15 years. Is there a stereotypical minor league hockey broadcaster sound?
I don't think so. I think I was coming up in the business when everybody was trying to be Mike Lang. There were a lot of people who were all trying to come up with their own.
Scratch my back with a hacksaw?
Right. And I remember a guy I replaced in a city, he, basically just copied him. And I'm like, dude, there's only one.
Right. There's
You can't-
there's Jen Rett in Buffalo. There's Lang in Pittsburgh. Right. Give it up.
And, the Red Wings for the longest time with Bruce Martin, and I loved Bruce Martin. And I don't know if Bruce is still with us. I know he lived in Sarasota. Bruce was great to me. I happened to send Bruce a couple of tapes when I was a young broadcaster. He listened, sent back really nice letters, but Bruce had a nasally voice. Iserman coming down the right side. And he had a very unique voice that, especially for that generation, wasn't a typical play-by-play guy. But I don't know if there's the baseball lives and breathes it because of the pace of the sport.
Well, thank you very much, Mark. And hello again, everybody.
And that's it, too. It's the hello again, everybody.
Mark Miller, David Moulton on this beautiful Wednesday morning, wherever you may be. Coming up later in the show, David Samson next hour to talk baseball. Andy Pollin to talk Commanders, and Seth Everett for his weekly visit here on Miller and Moulton on the Michigan and Florida Sports Networks.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the Chicken Bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
Mark, we're playing golf.
Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Go to floridasportsnetwork.com to sign up now.
I'd like to thank Budweiser, Twin Peaks, and Southwest Florida Golf Carts. Got some good stuff there, flgolfcarts.com.
Where are you going to go? floridasportsnetwork.com. Sign up for our tournament, Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Your golf will include your foursome and a chance to have lunch and awards after.
Sign up at floridasportsnetwork.com.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost clubhead speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the Chicken Bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today. You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
RW, there's really nothing to do there other than hello, friends. And that's after that, you're done with a Nance.
By the way, Nance told the story on the Megacast as to where that came from.
That was.
Him and Joe have become friends.
Have they? I mean, it's they sure seem friendly.
And it all came about when Joe invited him onto the U.S. Open telecast 3 years ago.
At Pebble.
Yeah. Yeah. Because they literally, I don't know if they had ever spoken.
Well, I mean.
But Joe just thought, come on, we're doing golf. We're at Pebble. Nance lives off the 5th. I mean,
Right.
We're doing about 23 hours live. We can't do 10 minutes of Jim Nance.
That did kind of start something, too, because there's a lot more crossover now since then.
And after that appearance, the CBS people put together a Christmas tape, and they asked Joe, would you voice it? And they wrote it out for him. All right. And Joe sold it hard. I can't talk about the specifics with people being able to hear us. Stop you from breathing properly. Laugh out loud funny.
I love it, Bob and Jake. While Anthony break down SEC football for an hour when he covers our vacation.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say no.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say Anthony won't be covering any of our vacations.
Right. So we're taking Monday off, correct?
Yes.
Good. Yeah, Paul, I think there's a difference. I mean, at least on basketball, ESPN's got Breen and Van Gundy, and, Jackson's fine. But, the studio show difference between Turner and obviously ESPN is staggering. But I mean, Mark and I just believe that the announcing difference between Turner and ESPN on hockey is staggering.
But there's a production difference, period, of just how they approach them. ESPN, and I don't know if they're so scared because they let everybody go so nuts with the political correctness that they have reined everybody in, but they don't seem to like to let their broadcasters have a lot of fun. Their broadcasts, their studio shows are really tight. As you've always said, they're overproduced. I mean, just watch Liam McHugh. Liam used to be like this. NBC Liam. Well, Jonesy, what do you have to say about that? Now Liam's. What are we going to do about this?
With guys talking over him, and he doesn't care.
But I mean, they did that whole thing on the. I will say with the Colorado player there, they did.
Yeah, Kadri. Yeah,
they did
the racism and the death
50
threats.
50 to 90 really good seconds, where it's not Weeks. Weeks is on ESPN.
Well, also Subban's on ESPN.
But I watched Weeks on ESPN last night. That's the only reason.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you. How the heck are you? Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on both the Florida and Michigan sports networks this week as we fill in for Anthony on 5 stations in Michigan and in Toledo, Ohio, while he is off, and he will be back after the Memorial Day weekend holiday. We'll be off on Memorial Day as well in Florida. We have a poll question.
Oh, yeah. Went up a while ago.
I know, and I just don't think we let anybody know it.
We didn't.
That's part of our charm.
But basically, with the league finally having some conversations with Deshaun Watson and some of his accusers, and it looks as if there may be a conclusion to this at some point.
Well, Goodell said June or July. I mean, they've all but come out and said the Browns will know the verdict by training camp.
So the question becomes, how long is Deshaun Watson going to get suspended for? We give you 4 choices. 0, because no charges were filed. 4 to 6 games. 8 to 12, or the entire season. And I think it's going to be in the 4 to 6 nature.
And I voted 8 to 12 because I think it's going to be 8.
But you think it's going to get knocked down?
But I think the suspension's going to
Right.
be
No. That's, yeah, I got you.
Right. Which is still not half the year because they play 17 now. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking 8, which for behavior would be like the second biggest suspension here in recent memory. Didn't Randy Gregory get 10 to 12 for his assault on a girlfriend in which all the guns were on display and what have you? And I think he got like 10 for that. So we'll see.
Right now, most of the votes coming in the bottom 3. Not many have voted for 0. Most people think there's going to be some sort of a suspension, although 15% say 0. I'd be stunned. I mean, that's fall over right there.
Well, I mean, some are going to argue they didn't do a thing to Robert Kraft. So what are they going to do to Deshaun? I mean, Mark, you can make the argument 0 times 1 is 0. What 0 times 22 is also 0. Now, you don't think, and I don't think that that's how it's going to add up, but could make that argument. And believe me, when he appeals and the Players Association backs him, that's going to be the reason why.
The National Football League does, however, deal in situations based on how the public relations to those situations are. And I think the timing of this HBO story is not going to help those trying to get a smaller suspension for Deshaun Watson.
I think the timing would have been better if it was after the holiday, to be honest with you. I think the holiday will stop it from having the legs that otherwise I think these interviews would have had.
All depends, David, on do the 3 networks in the morning shows get behind some of this? Do they then bring some of these women on? How much more will this story expound in the media world? Because that's how the pressure comes to the league, David. If you're right, if it's just one HBO real sports story and we're rolling into a 3-day weekend and there's not a lot of there by Tuesday, then you may be onto something. Good Morning America, the Today Show, some of these start trying to pick up some of these accusers and going in this direction, then I think all bets are off.
By the way, I got my Cowboys defensive lineman mixed up. I said Randy Gregory, he served a drug suspension, but it was Greg Hardy who was the one with the violent assault on his girlfriend who got, I believe, 10 to 12 games. Former Panther, but I think the suspension got served while he was with Dallas. So my apologies for getting that one wrong. You can always chime in. Miller and Moulton, Twitch chat room, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton. I will say, that's where we get corrected. I mean, that's like Tony Reale. Twitch to us is Tony Reale correcting, errors and omissions for Kornheiser and Wilbon. That's where we get our errors and omissions from Twitch. They go, yeah, just to let you know, you were wrong on this one. Oh, thanks.
So if you want to correct the show, come to twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton.
We were doing impressions and bad ones right before the top of the hour, and someone in Twitch asked, do we do a Jim Nance? And the answer is no, but it did get us thinking. Did you see Nance on the MegaCast?
I did.
First off, him and Joe Buck have become pretty friendly. And 3 years ago, they didn't know each other at all. I mean, obviously they knew of each other, but.
Well, and I mean, why would they? One's with one network, one's with another, and they're both very busy.
Yeah, and
they don't cross paths with anything.
No.
Nance is college basketball, NFL football, and golf.
Right.
Buck's baseball and football. And they're doing different conferences in football.
I mean, the only time they really could potentially run into one another would be at the Emmys if they're both nominated and they both decide to go. And that'd be once a year in New York.
Was that yesterday, by the way?
It was. My guys didn't win.
None of your guys won?
Nope, neither Aikman nor Danielson. Nope. Had a 40% shot, 2 out of 5 of being a part of an Emmy winner. Nope. Collinsworth won it for Best Analyst.
Again.
Mike Breen won play-by-play. I don't know if Breen had won the play-by-play Emmy before.
Well, it's because Doc Emmerich wasn't doing play-by-play anymore.
Well, yeah, he won 7 or 8 of them. That is true. But, I mean, Joe's, I think, got 7 or 8 also, and he was nominated. But so I think Tirico won studio host. I did not find out if the Dan Patrick Show won.
Have to listen between DP and, because Eisen's on at noon, and they were nominated.
Right.
And I have to give their producers credit. I happened to flip it on earlier this week before they left, and they're like, well, when we come back with the Emmy. They had played it as if it was a foregone conclusion that they had won.
Now, I don't know if they're in the same category or not, but Good Morning Football won. So I don't know if that's in the same category as Patrick and Eisen or what have you, but I know that they won for Best Studio Show.
Gotcha.
So wouldn't that be the same category as...
I can't help you there.
So the Dan Patrick Show becoming the Susan Lucci of the sports Emmys, nominated like 10 times. And Dan Patrick does not have an Emmy. Is the only thing that he wants left in life is an Emmy. And as of last night, he couldn't get his hands on one. So I don't know if they did last night. I've not seen a headline, which leads me to believe they did not win.
No, because Daily Studio Show, Good Morning Football.
There you go.
That's in that.
Right. So, okay. So back to Nance. I did not know this. But so Joe Buck in the Megacast had on a knockoff Hello Friends t-shirt.
Right.
It was green. It was Masters green. It was the state of Georgia. And in the middle of it, it said Hello Friends with a flag stick up in the northeast corner of the state where Augusta is.
Right. First off, it's the Augusta colors. It's damn close to the Augusta font. And the reason that this shirt even exists is that Club Pro guy had a Yucatan Masters shirt on that he was given a cease and desist order from the Masters about. Only problem with the Yucatan Masters shirt, David, quick sidebar, it shrunk way too fast. And that extra large was starting to look like a medium on me because I owned one. But yes, the Hello Friend shirt, and he broke out the Hello Friend shirt to Nance, and that's when I found out that Jim has Hello Friends trademarked.
Well, he only got it trademarked apparently a couple months ago. So he says Buck owes him for the shirt. Buck's like, no. I bought this online before you got the trademark. No, there's no way I owe you money for this shirt. And Jim's like, yeah, I'm there's a few people I have to track down. They're infringing on my trademark. He was smiling when he said it. So then it got to, hey, how did Hello Friends start? And Jim said it's not the day because the PGA was in August back in 2001, but my dad was in failing health with Alzheimer's, and I had just gone to see him before the PGA, and I told my dad, and I didn't think he would remember, but I knew I would remember. I said to my dad that, listen, when I sign on for the third round, I'm going to say a little something, and it's going to be directed just at you. And so before the third round of the 2001 PGA, that's where Hello Friends started. And Jim said, that was for my dad. I didn't want to call it out and call attention to it, but that's literally, so I just Hello Friends. And it was intended, he said, for just that one time. And the round's over, and the CBS people go, hey, that thing at the beginning you did there. Yeah, it was a personal thing. It was for my dad and what have you. And they said, well, we like that. You could keep doing that. And Nance was like, oh, great. And so Jim said, I kept doing it because, my dad was around a little while longer, but then even when he wasn't, for that split second, it's my way of thinking of my dad. And obviously Joe with his connection with his dad, I mean, it was a really poignant moment.
Well, I thought it was also a really good broadcast moment in that they talked about being grounded and doing game for one person. And he talked, and Nance told the story about Jim McKay and meeting him very early on and looking in the camera and saying, it's only one person, because, we're on a much smaller scale. The same thing. You and I are talking to one another and Felipe into microphones. You don't know if there's 6 people listening or 60,000. You have no clue when you do this. And he just talked about it was a way for him to just become a little more grounded and relax before a broadcast. And Buck talked about what he did. I thought it was a great little, now we're inside the ropes. We do this for a living, so maybe it meant more to us.
Right.
But I thought it was a great little bit of television.
And I got the same tip when I was interning. Kent Wessling, who did Cardinals and Blues games in St. Louis, was my mentor at the CBS affiliate in Scranton, Pennsylvania. And he said, when you look into the camera, don't think about the audience. Talk to one person. And then he said, and whatever you do, don't make it someone you're married to or dating, because those people can leave your life. And so
that's a dadgum good point right there.
And I think Kent was in the middle of a divorce at the time. And so I've always, when I looked into a camera, and oftentimes when I talk into a microphone, I'm talking to my mom. It was just my mom and I growing up and best friends. And so I do the show to my mom.
And I'm an only kid, so I just pretty much talk to myself, David.
Well, then, Mark and his imaginary friend, that's fine.
I had one of those. Don't kid yourself.
That works.
Don't remember who it was, though.
They're usually very supportive.
Thank goodness for that. Miller and Moulton and our imaginary friends. Thanks for listening. Right here on the Florida and Michigan Sports Networks.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost clubhead speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119. Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com. You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
$80 miles west of San Antonio.
Okay. This is all right. Look it. I know the Republicans are all the most horrible people in the world. But it's like this, Dave Zarin. Yes, the GOP has blood in his hands. This is the problem. This is not just a blame on one side game. They have a lot of blame. But come on now. It's an American problem. They're just this is where you ruin this so quickly. That's what drives me nuts. We can't have a
Yeah, that is funny, Johnny Mac.
I did see that, Johnny Mac. That was funny.
Well, Ryan, we mentioned that. Would the NFL look at the Bauer suspension and go, you know what? Maybe we need to go scorched earth here.
Another technique for on-camera stuff, because I used to do the morning announcement show for my high school, and the guy who was like the director would always tell us to read lines with a pencil in your mouth, and then take out the pencil, and then it'll sound like way clearer. It's weird, but it works.
I've never heard that before.
Then you take it out and blah, 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 you sound well.
Never heard that before in my life.
It was weird.
But there's a reason why that guy was teaching high school.
But
And actually not even really teaching high school. He's teaching Catholic high school. That's not even a real high school.
Wow.
I'm a Catholic high school graduate. I think I'm allowed to say that.
Well, no, I didn't say you're not.
Your school had uniforms, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I can get the key from the principal whenever I want to play basketball and go steal tests.
You know what's interesting? I was always, because I'm a public school guy, and I'm a big fan of public school education. And I was always growing up anti-uniform. And then, I don't know, I think it was in my 30s or what have you. And I heard a discussion about it in which somebody said, you know what uniforms are great for? You have no idea a person's
Bingo.
socioeconomic background.
Bingo. You know who loved it at our school? Believe it or not, the guys hated it. The girls loved it.
What, the uniforms?
Yeah, never had to worry about what to wear. Put on their stupid Catholic school skirt and a white shirt and went to school. I remember going, so this is so easy. Never have to think about what I'm going to wear. Never have to be about competing with anybody.
Point. And so I remember hearing that discussion going, huh.
Yeah, I've never really thought, I mean, you kind of think about it in your head, but it's a good point.
Because I like individuality and not necessarily conformity, but there is a lot of bias and bullying, if you're rich or poor and that sort of thing. And if you're wearing a uniform,
what kind of shoes you wear.
You have no idea.
Yep. It's true.
And I remember that went, okay. All right.
You show up to school wearing Asics.
I see you.
Skechers. You're like, what are those? I do like the idea about going to school in the morning in Crocs, though.
Boy, Crocs are making such a comeback.
They really are.
They were an hour away from
Well, put it this way. They were the Super Bowl gift we got at the first Miami Super Bowl.
That's right.
Wait, they gave you free Crocs?
Yeah, that for everybody in the media got a free pair of Crocs.
Right.
Wow.
When you fill out these media credentials and go to these events,
I get free Crocs.
You get a lot of free stuff.
At the Super Bowl, you do.
That's why you start making these media connections as soon as possible for football and baseball and hockey.
Felipe, you get jobs in life, not just this business, because of relationships.
Yes. So I've heard.
Well,
you got this job because of the person that runs this cluster.
Mm-hmm.
He recommended you to us. We didn't know you from Adam.
Florida and Michigan. Steve Yzerman captained a dynasty in one state and was the architect of one in another. Now back to Miller and Moulton.
Here on both the Florida and Michigan sports networks. Thanks so much for being with us. We have a poll question, which is available at that Mark Miller, at the David Moulton, at FL Sports Network, and at floridasportsnetwork.com. It involves Deshaun Watson. Heavy topic for this morning, but then again, I think people have a little heaviness on their mind. I think they can handle a Deshaun Watson poll question.
How many games will Deshaun Watson get suspended for? 0. No charges filed. So far, 15%. 4 to 6, that's where I voted. 37% is your leader in the clubhouse right now. 8 to 12 is where David voted, 22%. And a full season actually has 26% of the vote, David. That's our number 2 choice right now. People thinking the NFL is going to go Trevor Bauer.
Well, we wondered, would the NFL look at Major League Baseball? Trevor Bauer, not charged with a crime. DA took a look at it, thought long and hard about it, decided against filing charges. Not one, but 2 grand juries. Supposedly, you can indict a ham sandwich. Well, not in Deshaun Watson's case. 2 grand juries have decided not to go forward with charges. Yet Trevor Bauer, now it's being appealed, but he just received a 2-year suspension without pay. It's going to cost him like 60-something million dollars. I think he's going to win on appeal, but it will serve its purpose. It will keep him out of the sport at least this year. That's the second year of his 3-year contract. And then if the Dodgers have to eat whatever they got to eat in year 3, which is, by the way, the smallest amount of money that he makes. The contract, I think the way it was structured was like 40, 40, and 25.
Which is similar to the reverse contract that Deshaun Watson signed with the Browns, where they basically gave him a get out of jail free no matter what happens for the 1 year, because his total salary for the year is around $1 million.
Right. He already got his bonus. It's in his account. I think it was a $45 million check, and his salary is $1 million. Right. The suspension would have to be parts of 23 and or 24 for him to lose real money. That was the icing on the cake with the way they structured the contract. I mean, the contract in and of itself was take your breath away by NFL standards. Biggest contract ever.
All guaranteed.
And 100% guaranteed. And there are like 4 contracts in the history of the league that have ever been 100% guaranteed. And you're going to the most money ever given to a player. And it's this player, and you're going to fully guarantee it. And then they go, no, wait. No, wait, there's more. He's not making $46 million this year. Well, what do you mean? No, he's making $1 million this year. We already gave him $45 million of it. So if you suspend him even for the year, it's going to cost him $1 million in lost wages, not 46.
So the Browns took care of Deshaun Watson.
Yes, they did.
Anticipating a lengthy suspension. They wouldn't have structured the contract in the way that they did if they weren't anticipating some sort of suspension. I think we're all anticipating some sort of suspension.
Oh, yeah, I'd be
less than 15% of you that are saying nothing.
And I guess those are the ones that are thinking, well, they didn't do anything to Robert Kraft. How much different is what's being alleged here, granted by 22 women, but how much different is it than what was alleged against Robert Kraft, who, by the way, charges dismissed?
Well, and his charges were for soliciting prostitution.
Yeah.
I mean,
they are different.
They're very different.
The act is considered the same. Okay. But the charges, right. The allegations / charges were different. Yep.
And I understand that all that goes with those places, and I'm not trying to make light of that, but they are very different.
But there are many that are going to argue. I mean, you can be sure as you know what, when Deshaun is suspended, that when he appeals, he's going to bring up Robert Kraft and go, seriously? I mean, nothing. I don't even think you find him $150. I mean, nothing. And we're getting what?
Well, here's a question, and I shouldn't ask you this because I don't have a clue what the answer is, and I don't necessarily like doing it. Do they have to disclose fines of owners?
No.
They could have fined Kraft, and we don't know about it.
Usually they do, though. Like with the whole Deflategate and all that, I mean, all the penalties were made public.
Football related. This one isn't.
Mm-hmm.
So
but in Kraft's case, like he got penalized in that one as well.
No, I understand that.
That's true. I mean, football related versus off the field, personal behavior related. I got you.
That's all. I don't think they did anything. I don't think any of us think they did anything to Robert Kraft.
So, and it's being pointed out in our Twitch chat room that charges were dropped because police didn't follow proper procedure. Yeah, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if charges were dropped because the woman wouldn't come forward. It doesn't matter. I mean, it just the charges were dropped. At the end of the deal, it is what it is.
But because the charges were dropped, it doesn't mean that the league didn't have to do anything about it. The league has made plenty of suspensions and fines over the years without charges being filed.
Right. Never mind dropped. So, and that's what Deshaun Watson's attorneys are certainly going to argue. And my guess is they've already got their defense ready. I mean, it's not like you haven't had time to prepare it. You've had over a year. You know this day is coming. It's just a matter of when. I mean, your paperwork should be done. The only thing left is the date as to when to file it.
So go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, FloridaSportsNetwork.com. Vote on today's poll question. A reminder, our golf tournament is coming up on June 11th here at West Bay in Estero. Go to FloridaSportsNetwork.com to sign up. Still about a quarter of the field to fill. So we'd love to have you out, get your foursome in. David and I will be riding around, maybe posting up on a par 3, making putts for you. We'll figure all that out as we get closer.
That's my thing. I'm a decent putter. I usually drain 1 or 2 long ones a golf tournament. And by long ones, I mean 25 or more feet.
They wanted to have part of this golf tournament for me is that to make money for the charity is that because I've usually, I pick a shorter par 3 where I've got a wedge or a 9-iron in my hand and I'll hit shots and that they could pay to not have me hit shots.
Okay. Absolutely.
That's what the bosses already came up with. Just to keep me away from this tournament, you can pay to keep Mark Miller off of your team.
Nothing like bosses who think they have a sense of humor, right?
Whatever they want to do.
Well, that's how we feel now. We've only been working for them for less than a year. I mean, wait until, we get a couple of years of evidence. We can build up a real grudge. I mean, that's part of our charm.
They're listening this week.
Oh, I know they're listening.
Okay.
Hey, they're getting free counter programming here. Come on now. We're in good stead this week. This is the week you make the jokes because they're thinking, oh, those guys are so funny. We've had such a good relationship with them. This is going to be a long marriage. It's going to work out well for everybody.
I am telling you, I did not realize that commissioners and bosses all sounded like that, but you make a dadgum good point.
They do in my head. I'll tell you that. Once again, maybe.
Well, mine sounds like most of the time, mine, quite frankly, sounds like the teacher and Charlie Brown. I mean, that's a Tuesday sales meeting to me. Wah, 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 wah. And I know some of you are going in, well, it's Wednesday, so you probably already had it, but come on. You're going into those sales meetings, and that boss is talking, or you're doing the Zoom thing these days, and all you're hearing is wah, 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 wah.
I'm analyzing myself here. And maybe I'm just now realizing I really do have a problem with authority.
No. Oh.
Because this is how I refer to authority. So, David, how's it going today? And it doesn't matter if it's our
authority is.
It's our bosses or the commissioner of the NFL.
All people who are in higher positions of authority than you all sound like what?
So, David, how's it going today?
In fact, I think all of them actually, it's this. So, Dave, how's it going today? Because they actually call you Dave to bother you more, even if they call you David.
I met an ESPN executive with the MegaCast. The biggest mistake in the world. He said, so, what'd you think? So I told him. They don't get the truth in meetings is what I found out. He looked at me. He literally said, he goes, no one's ever talked to me like that before. And I go, well, you've never worked with me before.
It's the charm that is Miller and Moulton, and we thank you for listening on the Michigan and Florida Sports Networks.
David Samson, next.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the Chicken Bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
So I'm going back and forth with David Samson. And I say, hey, we're going to call you. And he goes, hey, perfect. Are we going to talk Panthers and Mons Venus? And I go, we can if you'd like. And he just, he sends back bad. Yeah, Hops. I mean, so what'd you think of the show? I told him.
How was he by the end of the week with you?
He was better. But, he was one of those, basically thought I was like the custodian. Just amazed I could put a sentence together. I mean, Ed, 35 years. Went to college and everything. I said, the guy you just paid $15.5 million, he's the one who brought me here. I go, and he didn't do it to drive the car. But whatever.
I've never read that book, and I have read some John Grisham, but I've never read that one.
Oh.
Who's the author we had on the show? He's a football player turned author, worked for Fox for a while. It was an Atlanta Falcon, I think.
Zeno?
No. Played for the Falcons. Did color like on CBS. God dang it.
Prairie.
Green.
Oh, ALS.
Yeah, I didn't.
Joe's first broadcast partner.
Yeah.
Did he die?
No, but he's.
Yeah. Joe did the. Yeah.
We had him on the first act.
Yeah, Arch. Come on, man. He'd never been in that spot before. I just didn't think he was going to go out and shoot 69. I almost said it on the air. I said to Michael, over under 72.5. I'm taking the over. I almost said that on the air, but I thought it might get me in trouble. Even if he parred 18, he shot 73. I just thought it was going to be a hard round for those guys.
I don't know what the best sports book ever written is, but one of my favorites is Cosell.
North Dallas 40, ball 4. You follow David on Twitter?
Yeah.
Late last week, he was like stuck on the side of a mountain. Had to sleep in his car.
Oh, I follow too many people to see that.
David's on hold. We're back in 15.
Yeah.
Michigan and Florida. One state is home, and the other is where you call home for tax purposes. Now back to Miller and Moulton.
Welcome back. Miller and Moulton on the Florida and Michigan Sports Networks. Our poll question today at that Mark Miller, at the David Moulton, at FL Sports Network, and on floridasportsnetwork.com. It involves Deshaun Watson, and how long do you think the suspension would be? Anywhere from 0 to a year are the four choices. Make sure you go and vote. It is a pleasure to welcome back David Samson to the show, the former Grand Poobah of the now Miami Marlins. He does a daily podcast. It's called Nothing Personal with David Samson. You can follow him on Twitter at David, the letter P. Samson, David P. Samson. David, it is David and Mark. How have you been?
I'm all right, guys. It's good voices. It's been a minute.
Well, I ask you, how have you been? Because when I last saw you on Twitter, you were stuck in the mountains and you were sleeping in your car. So I genuinely asked that because I'm concerned. What the heck happened?
So I'm training and then run a marathon at the summit. And I'm doing that in July. I'm not exactly sure why I agreed to do it, other than only like 100 people have ever done that. And what you do is you climb for 5 days and then you run a marathon. So I figured, hey, why not go to Colorado and train at altitude, because I live at 0 altitude, and that really isn't very helpful. So I go to Colorado. Everything seems good. It's 88 degrees. Do a climb up to 10 or 11,000 feet, and then run down the mountain. When I say run, I'm not sprinting, but you're in hiking boots and a backpack. But you're doing like 13 or 14-minute miles down the mountain and about 40-minute miles up the mountain. And then all of a sudden, we're getting ready for a 14,000-foot climb, and there's a snowstorm coming. And I didn't think much of it because I was born in Wisconsin. I mean, what can happen in a snowstorm? Like, what could possibly go wrong? And then I realized I couldn't even see my hands in front of me. And I said, this isn't smart. Let's make a good decision. And I went back down the mountain. And I thought that was the end of my bad decisions or good decisions for the day, until I got in the car with the 3 people I was with and went to eat dinner and got stranded because 70 West was closed because of the snowstorm. No hotels, no nothing. I offered autographed balls. I offered a dinner with Wander Franco, which, by the way, the proprietor in Colorado could really care less about Wander Franco. I tried autographed balls, series ring, anything for a 1-star bed with sheets that you have to rent by the hour and wash before you lie down. So I'm thinking, how can I get turned down? And the next thing I know, I am in my car. Then I'm trying to Google whether or not you can die from carbon monoxide by keeping the heat on in the car. And the answer was no, but I didn't believe it. So I would wake up every 10 minutes, sort of turning the car off and then turning it back on. It was insanity, just a million bad decisions all in a row. But I am back at sea level, and all is okay.
I like the fact that you would wake up and turn the car off and turn it on thinking that was going to stop the carbon monoxide poisoning.
Listen, it's amazing. So altitude, I do a lot of math in my brain when I'm running, and I'm thinking about nothing personal. Sometimes I'm even thinking about you guys. And I found that at the higher altitude, everything was garbled. Like, are you guys in Tampa or are you in California? And I knew I had to go 5 miles, and I didn't remember the turnaround at 2.5. Is it 2.8, 2.2? I couldn't do regular math up at those altitudes, which was quite scary for me, actually. Maybe normal for some people, but my Rain Man qualities and just disappeared. So all in all, altitude can be scary, and that's why you have to train.
All right. Did you really offer up your World Series ring?
I don't know things I offered for a room, because some of them I didn't even have but was willing to get.
Wow. You've only got one of those, right?
See, there's where you're wrong. No, I actually have one of each. So in 2003, we did different levels of rings, right? An A ring was for the players on the roster, on the playoff roster, was for the top executives. Then there was a B-level ring, which was still amazing, and that was for players who didn't play in the playoffs but were on the team for a little while. Then we had a C-level ring, which was for like interns and lower-level employees. Each ring beautiful, but I have one of each. And you are correct. I only offered the B-level ring.
Still a pretty damn good ring.
Yeah, tell me about it. David Samson, Nothing Personal is the daily podcast. Nothing Personal, part of the CBS Sports family. Follow him on Twitter at David letter P Samson.
You came out with a tweet before any of the suspensions had hit that you said, quite frankly, that the suspensions were coming in the Anderson and Donaldson issue. All right, what I want to get to on this, David, is that I don't want to get to why you thought there would be a suspension. The suspension said for being disrespectful, basically. It stopped short of calling Donaldson a racist. If we're going to suspend people for being disrespectful, David, well, how many more can we no longer talk in baseball? And I understand there's a big difference here, but I thought it was a very slippery slope of which the Major League Baseball decided to suspend him on.
Well, if you actually look at the statement, it was fascinating what Michael Hill said in the statement, who I used to work with for over a decade with the Marlins. He actually also mentioned the fact that his actions incited a bench-clearing incident. And the reason why that was in the statement is that is, under history and precedent, a reason to be suspended. And that would not have been mentioned but for the fact that Donaldson was appealing. So what they were doing was setting the record, getting the record ready for the appeals process. But the reality is that's not why he was suspended. He was suspended because what baseball is trying to do, they're trying to get more African-American participation. They're trying to make the game inclusive, full of diversity, not just Latino diversity, right? All people of color. And when you look at the history of Donaldson and Anderson, and then you look at the name that was invoked, which is Jackie Robinson, which is the name that baseball uses in order to show its diversity and inclusion, they had to make an example of Josh Donaldson. But once Donaldson did not accept the one game, which I thought he would, once he said he was going to appeal, then baseball actually had to go to actual precedent. So the slippery slope that you're describing definitely exists when they're deciding how to met out punishment. But in this case, when race is involved, everyone is being so careful and so politically correct because you don't want to offend anyone. So it's not just normal taunting, let's say, in the NFL. You have to look at all of the circumstances surrounding it. And Donaldson and Anderson had beefs before. They're not friends. And then Donaldson calling him Jackie. I mean, listen, it's like that's the one name, the third rail name in Major League Baseball that you just don't screw around with. And that's what Donaldson did.
David, if we were to cut through the blank, we felt that Major League Baseball was saying, they're not saying that Josh Donaldson is a racist, but they're saying what he said was. Is that a fair conclusion by us?
So that's the old separating the art from the artist argument, right?
Right.
So when people say, yes, I've got a black friend, I'm not racist, I think that can be true, right? You can have a black friend and you can be racist. Just like there are moments where you can say that you're totally spiritual and religious and you do the right thing, but there's moments of weakness and of sin. I guess that's what confession and Yom Kippur are for. So I think that an act can be perceived as racist even though it is not intended to be. And I can't get to Donaldson's intent, and neither can Major League Baseball. But what they can do is act on the consequence. So when you are doing discipline in sports, it's very much consequentialist, right? You're not necessarily looking to understand what was in the person's head. You're looking to get the facts. And in the statement, MLB said there is no dispute as to what Donaldson said or to what Anderson heard, which of course is different than the Trevor Bauer situation where there's a total dispute about what happened and then what the result was and whether or not the woman was actually looking the way she looked in those pictures after Bauer was finished with her. So when there's disputes like that, then you've got an area where you really need to get into arbitration and get into a major sort of trial situation. But in this situation, that did not exist.
All right, I want to switch gears to just baseball in general. We were talking earlier in the show. When's your mark that you start looking at the standings? Because we start, at Labor Day, 4th of July. You can go to Memorial Day, and it doesn't change much. When you start looking at the standings, when you were in the position of president, how important was Memorial Day and where you sat and what moves you had to make going forward?
So publicly, we would have our players say that we don't look at the standings until August or September. And I would say the same thing, but I was lying. I looked at the statements. When we were 1-0, I said, look, we're in first place. When we were 0-0, we were tied for first place. And then someone would say to me, like my wife, you're tied for last place too. So there's every day you're looking at the standings, and we're evaluating our team. And the time that you evaluate depends upon the expectations going into the season. So if you were supposed to be good, but you start off playing terribly, let's say the Red Sox, you are going to look at Memorial Day very differently. You're going to say, well, we're beginning to play well. We're still in it. We got through our bad stretch. Everything's going to be okay. If you weren't going to be good and you're not good by Memorial Day, then you say this is what we expected and we're going to act accordingly. If you didn't think you were going to be good, but you're playing well by Memorial Day and you're in the race, then you say, you know what? We may have been wrong in our evaluation. Let's go ahead and add right now because we just got it wrong and we're in it. So let's base our decisions on reality, not on projections. So it really depends on what lens you're looking through and what your expectations were before the season started.
Listen, I don't know how much you've been paying attention, but since we're on the Michigan Sports Network this week, I mean, the Tigers have to be one of the three most disappointing teams in baseball. They made some moves. They were on the rise last year. They should have been at least a 500 team this year. They're playing 333 baseball. Them, the Mariners, the Royals, what the heck's going on?
So there's always, right, every year there's teams which are disappointments. And I thought the Mariners could win their division, and I've been extremely disappointed given how they've played. But the Tigers are an example where we said that Miguel Cabrera, who is one of my great loves on and off the field, but he's taken up such a huge percentage of their payroll that I said last year on Nothing Personal that the Tigers really have no chance to win until he's off the payroll because they've got to reallocate those dollars. And what a feel-good story with 3,000 hits and 600 doubles and everything's great. But the reality is that that formula isn't going to work. And I thought A.J. Hinch and that team, they finished last year. Everyone was excited for them. I sort of fell into that trap too, thinking they have a chance to be better in a division that I considered to be mediocre at best. But then the Twins made a bunch of moves before the start of the season to shore up their pitching. And the White Sox, while they started off badly, they're a good example, right, of a team that started off badly, but they're projected to be good, so you hold on and then eventually add. I think the Tigers are exactly what they're supposed to be. I think the Phillies are another great example of a team that signed a bunch of players, spent a bunch of money, and tried to win with mediocre pitching and no defense. And maybe the old adage is true that pitching, speed, and defense is what gets you rings.
You said your love for Miguel Cabrera since we are on in Michigan and all the Tiger fans listening. Do you have a Miguel Cabrera story for us, David?
I mean, that's terrible, right? I've got 1,000 stories.
I know. That's why I threw it in underhanded.
Well, the underhand is that it's not like we prepped for this. Let me give you one from the beginning of his career and one from the end.
Hey, no need to chastise us now. Come on. All right,
So,
go.
Here's the beginning. We finished the World Series game when he hit the home run off Roger Clemens. And I said to Miguel, we were in the clubhouse, and it was an unbelievable victory that particular day with an Alex Gonzalez walk-off. And Miguel was a kid. He was 20 years old, just having fun and thinking that this is how life was in the big leagues. And you may have heard this on Nothing Personal, but it's worth repeating. He didn't know who Roger Clemens was. And that is perfect Miguel Cabrera. It's not that he needed to study pitchers or look at video or look at iPads or all the stuff that people are doing these days. He just saw the ball and hit it. The second thing about Miguel is when I saw him in 2016 at the All-Star game in San Diego. And first of all, he always wanted to come back to Miami, and it was sad that he couldn't, but recognized that the deal he was offered in Detroit was so good he was going to take it. And he loved being in Detroit, but certainly missed Miami. But he mentioned to me something interesting, which is after 2003, he expected to win what he thought would be 7 to 10 World Series, because that's what you do. You get to the big leagues and you win a World Series. And he realized as his career was winding down, though it's been 6 years since, that winning rings is so difficult and so rare that as he got older, as happens in life, you get better perspective, and that he appreciated '03 more and more as he got older.
David Samson, Nothing Personal is the podcast. You can follow him on Twitter at David P. Samson. Finally, and we've got a minute, why is it that you're climbing a mountain and running a marathon again?
I don't understand. Are you my Jewish mother? What does that mean? Why?
David,
I'm gonna answer a question with a question.
David,
why not?
David, why are you doing this?
I'm going to give you an answer because I have so many things to run from. Can I try that one?
Perfect.
Let me give you another one. Because I love doing things that, in my mind, are extraordinary, but that anybody can do. Right? I can't hit a baseball. I can't dunk a basketball. There's so many things I cannot do. But if I can train and do things that anyone could do, and it's just discipline, mental and physical discipline, why not try it?
David, you know we love having you. Wish you and your family all the best. Be safe, will you?
I guarantee you I'm going to bring blankets and food and flashlights and a charger next time.
And you leave the car running next time. Yes. David Samson, Nothing Personal is the daily podcast. You can follow him on Twitter at David the letter P Samson. An awesome guest. Here on Miller and Moulton, both the Michigan and Florida sports networks.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
Mark, we're playing golf.
Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Go to floridasportsnetwork.com to sign up now.
I'd like to thank Budweiser, Twin Peaks, and Southwest Florida Golf Carts. Got some good stuff there, flgolfcarts.com.
Where are you going to go? floridasportsnetwork.com. Sign up for our tournament Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Your golf will include your foursome and a chance to have lunch and awards after.
Sign up at floridasportsnetwork.com.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Right.
The other thing is, Marty may be able to, like Roto, I think would pay. Marty, like young dude.
We're just doing Commanders here.
He's not till 8:21.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I wanted to keep it short.
I totally agree. I'm
And
used to 8.
Yeah.
I was going to send. I've been trying to be better with the X's and Bros guys of sending the
Right.
tweet out so they retweet it. And
I just thought, you know what? It's an 8 to 9 minute thing. If we have them on right at the top, we'll get right to it. How real is this? You know, there were reports literally yesterday about NFL owners willing to suspend Snyder over the sexual harassment stuff. Wow, look at this throw.
ooh,
Now that's a tough one. The fence gave way. The temporary fence. That's a tough ruling right there.
this is not a good save. He shoots it into his pad.
Plus, it's
I mean, he just shot it into his pad. I mean, I'm sorry.
right.
That's a one in real time that looks incredible, and then you watch it and go, "Oh, he shot it into his pad."
Oh, they had that as a top play.
Yeah, I know. I think they're just trying to promote their own hockey there.
Yes.
Right. That is in play. Oh my God.
Man, is this 1970s with that hair?
I'm not a fan. What do you want to talk about here? Thank you, Mongo.
Buxton. He's a savage.
Yep. Every time he falls to the ground, I get worried.
Yeah, that's true.
Home
Oh.
run. Home run.
Oh, here we
That's
go.
hard with that low fence. That's a tough
It
one.
is.
go.
That
That's
is. I mean, I
tough.
feel for him, but that's a home run.
Out of here, dude. Yeah, that was funny.
That's tough to do.
Have a good walk, Seth. See you in a half hour.
Oh, I thought we had a guest here. Never mind.
No, 8:20.
Yeah.
And we need him on like right as we start because it's a 10-minute segment and we want to do 8 minutes. We just don't want him coming on.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Here we go.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour number 3 of Miller and Moulton on the Michigan and Florida Sports Networks this week as we fill in for Anthony in Detroit, Flint, Grand Rapids, Traverse City, Grayling and Gaylord, and Toledo. I get that right?
Perfect.
Get away from the up north and just say Grayling and Gaylord.
Yeah, that's all.
Okay.
And they're both up north, but so's Traverse City. And I know that that's the, the two stations are combined. They call it up north. I get it. But
Okay.
I'm just
Right. No, I want to be accurate.
That's
I
all.
don't want to sound like the Yahoo that I am. So I appreciate it.
If I started doing Jersey things, I'd screw those up.
Right. And listen, I appreciate the fact you referred to it properly. You sound like you're from there. You called it Jersey.
Come on. We don't need a new.
I know. You can tell right away if somebody's from there or not. They refer to it as Jersey. They're from there. They call it New Jersey. You're like, whatever.
Right. It's like people saying the Carolinas. No. There's North Carolina and there's South Carolina.
Right.
Trust me. Ask them.
Yes.
Just
Well,
talk to them about barbecue, for crying out loud, and
Right.
you get yourself in trouble.
I mean, don't get me wrong. North Dakota will take South Dakota's side against Mississippi, but they don't want to be referred to as the Dakotas.
Exactly. Exactly.
Can I ask a question? And this is kind of broad, but Mark, what was the best part about living in Michigan?
Oh, there's so many. First off, the summers in Michigan are incredible. I mean, this time of year, up north in Michigan, and it's a generalization, but that's what people do. They go up north. There's so many lakes. They're not just the Great Lakes. There's so many inland lakes. There's so much to do. If you are into winter sports, there's skiing and snowmobiling and ice fishing and all that stuff. Michigan's a wonderful place.
I've never been to Michigan. That's why.
It just, when I left college, Michigan wasn't in the best spot. I wanted to get away from the cold. I don't do cold.
Not anymore.
I had enough winters. I had enough trips across the tundra at Michigan State University over my 4+1 years. I was a redshirt.
There you go.
Didn't play any sports. I was just a redshirt.
You felt you did your time.
Listen, I did 4+1 and didn't get the paper. You at least did 4+1 and got the paper.
And so I wanted to do this, David, this little exercise all week. And I'm trying to figure out, and it's not obviously but if we were just to take the teams that finished last place last year in their divisions in the National Football League.
Okay, there you go.
And made the best bet for who's going to be the first place team. It seems that there are two obvious choices in the Ravens and Broncos, because they were both last place teams. It's 1-7-10, 1-8-9. Is there
So wait, the Ravens finished below the Browns.
technically
Okay,
the same record, but
so they were tied, but by tiebreaker they were last.
Correct.
Okay, fair enough.
So the Ravens were a last place team. The Broncos were a last place team. The Jets and Jags in the AFC, and then in the NFC, the Giants, Seahawks at 7-10 for what it's worth, Lions and Panthers. If it's not the Broncos,
I'd back up the truck on the Ravens. Yeah, out of those 8 choices, I'd load up
You
on
have
the
to.
Ravens. Yeah. Yeah. First off, remember the Bengals were only a 10-7 team. So, and the regular season schedule this year is going to be significantly harder than last year. How much better have the Bengals gotten? So I think they'll be hard pressed to do much better than 10-7, to be brutally honest with you. They're not going to sneak up on anybody, the whole deal. While I think their offensive line's better, I thought defensively they kind of, ham and egged it a little bit last year, and they especially did in the playoffs. So, I mean, any of those 3 playoff games in the AFC, they could have lost. They all came down to the very end. Even the Raiders won. So, yeah, I would load up. And I think, Deshaun's going to miss at least half the year. The Steelers, I think, will be hard-pressed to continue Tomlin's streak of never having a losing season.
in fact, they'll have to have another tie this year to have a shot at it.
And so, yeah, I would really load up on the Ravens. Now Lamar gets hurt, you lose all your money.
Right, who lost 6 in a row to finish the season after Lamar was down. The Broncos at 7-10, though, are at least interesting.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good roster with no quarterback, and they won 7 games last year.
Right, and a head coach who was very conservative. Also, this is where, even though it'll be a first-time head coach, this is where just being a little more aggressive on offense could really benefit them.
You know, obviously 5 games behind the Chiefs, but we all think the Chiefs are not the same team as they were a year ago. I don't think they're taking that big of a step back.
They're going to be better defensively, though. What we think they're losing on offense, which should be significant. I mean, even, that was something else. Travis Kelce was on the Joe Buck megacast there, and Kelce did not sugarcoat it. He's like, man, I've been thinking a lot about it. It's been a long time since I've run a pass pattern without, Tyreek Hill there. And yeah, we opened up a lot of things for each other. He said, there's no doubt about it. It will be different. We've brought in good players, but he goes, you can't find a Tyreek Hill. He said, it will be different.
And with that division, I mean, think about it. The Broncos at 7-10, Chargers were a 9-8 team that didn't make the postseason. The Raiders at 10-7.
I think they made a mistake, by the way. I would have gotten rid of Mayock. their drafting record was not good. And I feel badly for Mike because ultimately at the end of the day, we really don't know how many of the picks were his and how many of them were Gruden going, I want this. But their first and second round picks, especially first rounders, they missed on damn near all of them. Like the Khalil Mack trade would have been terrific if you nailed your picks. I mean, the fact that the Raiders have actually had the record that they've had, considering all of the top end picks they've missed on, to me shows how good Carr really is and some of the mid-round picks which they got right. I would have replaced, but I would have kept Bisaccio there. Those guys loved him. They went through hell last year as a team, and they raved about him. They wanted him to be the coach. And now you're bringing in Josh McDaniels. I mean, they won 4-5 in a row to finish the year and make the playoffs.
Right.
Went on the road and beat good teams.
Had a winning record on the road last year.
And I would not have gotten rid of him. He's now the special teams coach in Green Bay. And the Packers have lost 3 playoff games in the last 10 years because of special teams. They're not going to lose because of special teams now.
So I'm going to flip it for you. Went from the last to first. Bills or Packers, the biggest lock you have to win their division?
Ooh. Packers.
I would go with Packers too, only because I think the rest of the division's worse.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't expect much out of the Lions. I think you and I both think the Chicago Bears take a step backward this year.
Well, I do expect Detroit to be no worse than third. I actually think the Lions can win like 7 games. I really do. I'll go over on the Lions. I'll go over on the Jets too. Their over-under was 5.5. Now, after the draft, I think it went up. But there's a buddy of mine who texted me who before the draft bet a large amount of money on the Jets over 5.5. And then they had the draft that they had. And he's got the ticket at 5.5.
4-13 a year ago. You need 2 more wins.
Well, split with the Dolphins. I mean, he's saying to me, he goes, come on, are the Dolphins really going to sweep us 3 years in a row? And I, of course, went,
yes. Yeah. As a matter of fact, I think they're going to.
I actually like what Detroit's done. They're not a good team yet, but they're worth watching.
And the second half of the year, when the receiver's playing.
Yeah. I think they'll be interesting. Not only that, the guys seem to want to play for him.
Last year.
I think they'll do it for one more year.
Well, I hope you're right. But they're going to need to win a few games out of the first 8 or...
Oh, no, then that gets old. Right. No,
biting the ankles and the elbows and all.
Right. Knee pads. Right. No,
right.
I got it. So, all right.
That's all. I just never think it's a wrong time to do a little NFL talk, David. A little worst to first, a little staying in first.
Well, once again, you got to pick the 4 from each side. The 5 total. You got to pick the 5 new playoff teams every year. 30 plus years now. We've had a run. You get 4 or 5 new teams every year. That's the key. Pick them, find them. Like, put it this way. Give me the teams that right now you would bet money who made the playoffs last year that you're like, I can guarantee you they will not make the playoffs this year. In the AFC, I got 2. I'll go Patriots, Steelers.
I would definitely go Steelers. I would go Patriots, and I might go Raiders.
Okay. All right.
Just on quick glance.
All right. Now go over to the other side.
Cardinals.
That's interesting. Kyler Murray, by the way, not showing up for OTAs.
Bingo.
Don't get me wrong. We all know OTAs are not important, but you just can't be the leader of a franchise when you get paid. And no offense, Kyler Murray ain't Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers is a Hall of Famer, an MVP, the whole deal. Aaron Rodgers doesn't have to be at OTAs in year 18 of his career. Kyler Murray entering year 4 needs to be at OTAs.
Boy, if I knew the quarterback situation in San Francisco, I tell you what, if I were to, I'll go Niners and Cardinals. Because if not, I would go Cardinals and Cowboys. Philadelphia is going to win that division.
Oh, look at you. Look at you. Well, you got the stat. You got the trend. Haven't had a repeat winner in the NFC East since the Eagles won 4 in a row from 01 through 04. Have not had a repeat NFC East winner in all that time.
And by the way, Cardinals, who've had good starts to the last couple of years, no Hopkins to begin this year.
Lousy finishes.
And they didn't have Hopkins last year. And how did that go?
Well, kind of the same as it worked for Baltimore without Lamar.
Right.
They did load up on the offensive side of the ball. Got a lot of toys there. Not spending a whole lot on defense, but boy, they loading up on offense. But yeah, not having D-Hop, that's a problem.
That's a big problem.
Miller and Moulton. Speaking of football, Washington Commanders, A, they may have a new home. B, they may have a new owner.
And is the owner trying to keep his ownership by getting them a new home?
I mean, if you have to spend a few $100 million to save your multi-billion franchise, it seems like a good investment. Andy Pollin of 630 ESPN in D.C. will join us on the other side to talk a little Commanders. It is a hump day after all, and Seth Everett joins us a little after 8:30 every Wednesday. And he will do so again coming up in a little over 20 minutes' time. Make sure you answer our poll question, floridasportsnetwork.com. How many games do you think Deshaun Watson is going to be suspended for? 4 choices ranging from 0 to a year. Andy Pollin is next. Miller and Moulton, both the Michigan and Florida sports networks. Mark, we're playing golf.
Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Go to floridasportsnetwork.com to sign up now.
I'd like to thank Budweiser, Twin Peaks, and Southwest Florida Golf Carts. Got some good stuff there, flgolfcarts.com.
Where are you going to go? floridasportsnetwork.com. Sign up for our tournament, Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Your golf will include your foursome and a chance to have lunch and awards after.
Sign up at floridasportsnetwork.com.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com. You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
The music that we listened to when I was your age and you were my age, it's so different. I always think about that. It's crazy. I feel like songs in your time were more about love and prosperity and good things. All we talk about in music nowadays is just,
Yeah, I know.
I get money, hoes. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
But at the same time, it just makes Like, they didn't have beats like this back then. Hey, Melo was dominating while playing hoops. That is important to share. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, I know. They're sampled, but they're rearranged and like remade creatively. I know it's biting, but it's creative. I thought the Blades game was tonight. Is today Wednesday?
It is. Yeah, today's hump day, Wednesday.
Isn't the Blades game tonight?
Wednesday, Friday, and if necessary, Saturday.
What's the series at?
2-0 Blades.
Well, they won them both up there?
They won game 1 in overtime, and I think he pitched a shutout in game 2, I think.
Wow. Mark, Mello Debbie was playing basketball, and the first 3 that they hit,
Yeah.
they yelled, "Call me Felipe, bitches," apparently.
No, he says this on this AM on Friday, the first 3 I hit, I will yell, is what he says. You can't even read.
I also can't even see.
You have, I mean, I've never seen someone read and then take creative
Control.
influence on the written word.
Make sure you call Andy right now.
I will.
Oh, it's amazing when I got to go down 5 texts to find the show text for today. That's what's been going on during the show. Marty's texting me. No, I actually reached out to the 2 guys who asked about the music just to make sure everything was going good. And then, then just the random.
Marty said something about, us talking to that woman he wants us to talk to. I go, Marty, I just want to let you know a little something about me. Okay. I don't pay attention to anybody who tells me how to book my show. I go, you know who books Miller and Moulton? Miller and Moulton. But I'll take it under advisement.
Oh, yeah.
I actually know her. She's a nice lady. I think she was Jim Reef's longtime girlfriend. Samson with the Jewish mom line, I know.
I even found I think
Andy is here.
By the way, if you've noticed the background of the little things with the
Let's do this.
The background now. I'm very happy with this new whole thing.
Florida and Michigan. One got to play Ohio State for the 2006 national title. The other is still sore about it. Now back to Miller and Moulton.
Here on both the Michigan and Florida sports networks. Thanks so much for being with us. Seth Everett will be kind enough to join us in a little more than 15 minutes time. Andy Pollin is kind enough to join us today. He was scheduled to join us yesterday, and I screwed up. And Andy is nice enough to reschedule from 6:30 ESPN in DC. You can follow him on Twitter at Andy Pollin1. That's 2 L's and the number 1. Andy, it's David and Mark. Thanks so much for your time. How are things?
Things are good. Good morning, guys.
How real is this stadium proposal in your eyes? You've been through this many different times before. Is this legit or is this a distraction?
Well, Well, it's a distraction, yeah. And that's probably what they want with the report from Jared Bell coming out over the weekend that the owners are counting votes to see if they can possibly force out Dan Snyder. So in that way, it's a distraction. Where this proposed site is, and the latest is that they haven't necessarily purchased the land. They have an option to purchase the land. It's a nightmare traffic-wise. I mean, I don't know how this would work out in terms of people trying to get to the games. There's no public transportation. The transportation to the current site isn't great. This would be worse. It's reportedly going to be a 60,000-seat dome stadium where they'll have other events. I just wonder how many people are going to schlep there for other events and shopping and restaurants and things like that they're going to have. I know this is the model for New England and Dallas, and maybe this is what they want to have here, but their proposed site is not being met with any term of optimism here.
Other than that, how was the play, Mrs. Lincoln? I mean, does Dan think that, building a new stadium would maybe take some of the votes away? What's the method behind this in your estimation, Andy?
Oh no, they've been open about looking for a stadium for years. FedEx Field was built in 1997. It was built in an area that was never good from the start, and nobody's ever been happy with where it is and the state of the stadium, where you have collapsing railings and they say they're not sewer pipes, but there's some type of pipe with liquid in it that bursts above patrons' heads as they're trying to watch the game. Yeah, I mean, this has been a disaster since the place opened, and they've been looking for a site. Now, most people, I think, would like to have it back in Washington, where they were for many years, left there after the 96 season to go to FedEx Field. But for a variety of reasons, that's not happening now. The stadium is on federal land, and it requires some zoning specifications to make it the way they want it, with shopping and hotels and everything else they want to put nearby. So they're looking for other options, and perhaps their best option is to stay where they are. They have 200 acres around FedEx Field, and the option may be to just build a new stadium there. They have a lease to play at the current stadium through 2027. But, I think it's possible that could be extended, and they could wind up building a new stadium right on that site.
Andy Pollin, 630 ESPN in DC. Follow him on Twitter at Andy Pollin1. That's Andy Pollin with 2 L's and the number 1. How much do you believe the reports over the weekend about the owners and Dan Snyder? Let's face it, he's been Teflon Dan.
Do I believe them? Well, I believe the reporting of Jared Bell, who I've known for 20 years and is an excellent reporter, and I have no doubt that he's been told by an owner or someone with connections to owners that they are looking to count votes, but I don't think they're going to be able to get 24 votes to do that. And Mark Maskey has a story in the Washington Post today that says he's talked to some owners and there's been no discussions of a vote. Now, they are saying that if these allegations of Tiffany Johnston, former team employee, that Dan Snyder put his hand on her lap while they were at a team dinner and pushed her toward his limousine, if they are true, that there could be a lengthy suspension. Well, what does that mean? Roger Goodell said several months ago that Dan Snyder hasn't been in Ashburn in months and hasn't been involved in the day-to-day operations, yet there he was in his spiffy Letterman's jacket the day they announced the name of Commanders several months ago. So, I mean, what would a lengthy suspension mean? His wife is the co-CEO. She's running the team. Are you going to tell me they're going to have no discussions about the team? I mean, the whole thing is everybody covering up everybody's behind. And that's really how the NFL operates, because once you have discovery on Dan Snyder, as Ron Borges wrote at SI.com, you're going to have discovery on the other owners. And does Jerry Jones want to talk about the child that he had at a wedlock? Does he want to talk more about the $2.5 million settlement he made to cheerleaders from an alleged Peeping Tom executive? I don't think they want that. So the reality is they can talk about counting votes, but I don't think they're going to count votes. And I don't think there's any way that Dan Snyder's going to be forced to sell the team.
Is it that they're afraid of disclosure, or are they more afraid of Dan? I mean, because Richardson went away in Carolina, and that was pretty seamless. It sounds to me like, Andy, that if they were to go after Dan Snyder doesn't seem to be too afraid to go after all of them.
Oh, absolutely. They're not afraid of that. And Jerry Richardson was not forced to sell. There was no vote. He was pressured to sell. He was in his 80s, and on top of the allegations of sexual misconduct, there were some racial remarks involved in that. And I think that ratcheted up the pressure even more on him, and he agreed to sell the team. Dan Snyder is not going to agree to sell the team. He won't go down without a fight. And yes, the other owners, I'm sure, are concerned that he would expose them to whatever things they have in their closet.
Andy, finally, now that the draft and free agency are essentially done, when you look at this roster, 7 wins each of the last 2 years. Look any better than that?
Well, hard to say. The defense, which was incredibly hyped last year, turned out to be a big disappointment. Chase Young, who many thought was on his way to being the next Reggie White, lasted less than half the season and tore his ACL. It wasn't that effective before he went out. The defense should be pretty good. The offense should be better. They took Jahan Dotson in the first round, so that's a wide receiver to complement Terry McLaurin, assuming to get McLaurin's contract situation straightened out. He has not been at off-season workouts because he's unhappy about the progress on that. They have a quarterback who can throw deep now. They had a plucky noodle arm guy for most of the last, certainly all of last year. And Carson Wentz can be the guy that gets the ball downfield. I think they have some confidence that their offense can be better. Will they be better than a 7-win team? Who knows? A lot of it depends on injuries. A lot of it depends on whether or not this defense, which was supposed to be so good last year, takes the next step up and is better. But reality is that they have been a bad to mediocre team for most of the last quarter of a century. And before you're ready to jump up and down and say, "Hey, they're ready to contend for the Super Bowl," I got to see a lot more of the movie.
Andy, I won't screw up next time, I promise.
No problem. Anytime, guys.
Andy Pollin, 630 ESPN in our nation's capital. You can follow Andy on Twitter, Andy Pollin1. That's Pollin with 2 L's and the number 1, Andy Pollin1, joining us here on Miller and Moulton. Just a quick update. Been in the news last couple of days, a new stadium, and it's about 25 miles outside of D.C., 80 miles from Richmond. And, oh, by the way, all the Daniel Snyder allegations and whether or not he's going to be investigated, suspended, all that sort of thing. Just wanted to catch up.
And for those of you listening in Michigan, the one thing that's different, the main thing that's different between doing radio in Florida and radio in Michigan is that no one's from here.
Right.
So we have a little bit more of a national, regional approach than maybe you're used to in Michigan. We hope you're enjoying as we fill in for Anthony this week.
Here's a little poll question. More wins this year, Washington or Detroit?
Ooh. I'd lean Washington, but it'll be close.
What if I give you like 3-1 odds on the Lions? Would you take that bet instead?
Yeah. You're 60 to my 20. Let's go.
Okay.
Done.
I don't think Washington's any better than 7 wins.
I know my opinion means nothing, but I'm taking Washington.
Against the Lions? Wins this season?
Yes.
All right. Miller and Moulton. Our buddy Seth Everett is next. Mark, we're playing golf.
Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Go to floridasportsnetwork.com to sign up now.
I'd like to thank Budweiser, Twin Peaks, and Southwest Florida Golf Carts. Got some good stuff there, flgolfcarts.com.
Where are you going to go? floridasportsnetwork.com. Sign up for our tournament Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Your golf will include your foursome and a chance to have lunch and awards after.
Sign up at floridasportsnetwork.com.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Yeah, logic, man. I'm thinking a Commanders fan.
Total lead changes in the series. See that stat, Philly?
What?
In the series.
4 lead changes.
Which means they're all, for the most part, in the first, 5 minutes of the game.
Not even. I bet you 2 of them
2
are.
minutes to get the game, yeah. 2-0 to 3-2. You know what I'm saying?
Think about it. We've only had one significant lead change in the series. Game 1. Celtics led at the half. Heat hit the big third quarter. Otherwise, I'm guessing, because the Celtics cut it to 1 in game 3, but they never took the lead.
There wasn't a single lead change in game 3.
No.
Yeah.
Nor in game 4. Miami didn't score until there was.
That's true, yeah. My God.
I bet you there wasn't a lead. I bet you there was only a lead change in game 1.
But it's the whole playoffs. I really hope the finals aren't like this.
They won't be.
I don't think they will either.
Oh, the Giants will not be good this year.
They might be worse and might be on the clock. The Giants might be on the clock.
But the Giants are not trying to be good this year,
Exactly.
despite what the GM is telling you.
Are they going to deal Saquon mid-season or
If someone would take him.
If someone would take him and give him something of value.
And I don't know how much value they need to give anymore.
Right. I mean, what's a team that could use him?
And by the way, those aren't LED lights. That's just the wind blowing out that shade, guys. That's all that is. Yinzer, that's just how they've been. That's what we've been talking about. It's just been, wow. And I see a few new names in Twitch chat. I'm hoping you've smashed the follow button, but if you haven't, please do.
This is how bad the NBA playoffs have been. I'm listening to NBA radio yesterday at about 2:45 in the afternoon. And the host on NBA radio's big topic of discussion that hour was, how boring have the NBA playoffs been? I am not making that up. It's on NBA radio. And they're like, listen, these games have not been competitive. I will say this, though. People are watching. Their numbers have been good.
I mean, it's the playoffs.
It's the Warriors and the Celtics.
Yes,
that's why people are watching.
Why. It's not the playoffs, because playoff numbers do this.
And then a little bit of a Luka factor, but it's the Warriors and the Celtics, and that's all you need.
You got
There's
Seth
been some
turned up.
What?
You got Seth up. There he is.
Hey,
Hi,
Seth.
Seth.
Morning, guys.
Good morning. How was the walk?
Oh, it was good. Good. Got to go back with the dog now. I only had time to do the kid, because what if the dog starts, messing around with another dog, starts going on and all of his business, then I miss your segment. I couldn't do that.
You could show up 2 minutes into it, 3 minutes into it. I mean,
Too loyal.
The dog in one arm, a bag of
Loyal.
poo in the other.
I mean, Seth, only the hosts have to be here at 8:38. The guests are,
I
flexible.
didn't get that in the handbook.
Seth, talk to me about Thor: Love and Thunder.
It's a trailer. They're
It
always
looks
good.
really good, though.
Yeah, Yeah.
All trailers look really good.
Yeah, but
That's
Christian
the point of
Bale.
trailer.
Christian Bale.
You guys want to laugh? This is a Twitch only exclusive. I was cleaning out my mother's place. She moved last week.
Oh my goodness.
I love rock and roll.
Oh,
Put another dime in the
is some
jukebox,
Jersey
baby.
hair.
Look at that.
Yeah, I was a slick little dude, right?
that is fantastic.
Who's the young lady?
Now, that was my senior year girlfriend. She
Right.
threw a shoe at me once.
I had,
No.
I had a shoe thrown at me once.
Yeah. Like a boomerang, like a high heeled
Yeah,
shoe.
high heel. She was, at a bar, across the bar. It was a good story. Not for on air.
Yeah.
Hey, George
In
Washington.
front of the entire Florida Everblades hockey team, too. It made me, as a broadcaster, an instant
Have you-
legend with that team.
Have you
Sure.
have you seen her at a reunion or anything?
No, I've seen her. I've seen her. She I remember once we went to like an aquarium and we posted it on Facebook and she showed up.
Gotcha.
That was a little strange. But yeah, cleaning out the attic.
Florida
Found some
and
gems.
Michigan, two states that love their college football and hate Urban Meyer. Now back to Miller and Moulton.
See, something for Florida and Michigan to agree upon. Here on Miller and Moulton, the Michigan and Florida Sports Networks. This is the first for Seth Everett. He has appeared on our show for only about 15 years, and that's because we've only been doing it 15 years. But Seth, you've never been in Detroit, Flint, Grand Rapids, Traverse City, Grayling, and Gaylord, and Toledo while on our show, and you are now. Welcome.
Well, not while on your show. I've been
Right.
on in Detroit.
No, I
before.
know that, Seth. Once again, on
Yeah,
our
on your show. It's a
You're
big
supposed
key.
to play along, Seth.
I will say to the wonderful people of Detroit, give me 10 minutes, a shot of whiskey, and I'll come up with a better name for your transportation mode. The People Mover is a stupid name for a subway.
It only has like 4 stops. It doesn't even, it's
People
pathetic in
Mover?
and of itself. Yeah, well,
Well, what are they doing?
What a government official was in there and said, all right, we can do L train, we can do subway. Hey, why don't we call it the People Mover? Oh, sold.
But they were all taken. They wanted
Let's
to come up with something
Let's go to
original.
Little Caesars.
They wanted to come up with something original. And at the end of the day, what ultimately is the L train and the subway doing?
The only fight I ever got into with the late great Daryl Hamilton was on the streets of Detroit. It was the 2005 All-Star game at Comerica Park, and there was the signals were crossed, and I was hearing the producers chat in my headset. I wasn't hearing Daryl talk, and we're supposed to be doing a live segment. And the debate amongst the producers was whether or not we were going to carry the anthem. Do we carry the anthem?
Right.
Do we go to break for the anthem? Do
You
we
always go to
talk over
break.
the anthem?
You always go to break before the anthem.
Well, these yim yams had to figure that out, and that's all I heard. So Daryl asked me a question, and I didn't hear it in the slightest, and I completely ignored him. And he was just like, what the heck are you doing? And we got into it, and in the 15, 20 years that I knew him, that was the only fight. So anytime I think of Detroit, I have just nothing but disdain for the People Mover and Daryl's that one fight.
And
So thrilled to be on in Michigan. Thanks for having me.
I believe you're so against moving people.
he's coming all Jersey at us right now.
Totally.
Coming all
Man,
Jersey at us
You know
right
why? You know why he's been stressed lately? His mom moved,
Yeah,
and he had to clean out her house. All right.
Yeah.
And Seth, what have you found? How long did your mom and dad live in that house? Your dad recently passed, for those that don't know. So how long did they live in that house?
10 years in that house.
But it
And
had all the old house stuff too, right?
But it had all the old house stuff too, right? The house we grew up in.
What's the best stuff that you found in the house?
Wow, you really do want to hold my hand through this bit, huh?
Well, sometimes, Seth, you need it.
Okay. So cleaning out stuff that they don't remember, I found a perfectly hermetically sealed giant jug of Absolute vodka. It was in a freezer for what could be, probably not, but what could be 10 years.
That's some aged vodka right there.
So my question is this drinkable?
Yes.
Can I, in good conscience, give this to somebody? Because I'm not touching it. And why can't I sell this on eBay?
Well, that's the first thing I thought, is that you've got to put up the well-aged Absolute vodka on eBay.
I can't just throw it away, right?
Why can't you drink it? I mean, unless you're against vodka.
No, I'm not against vodka. I feel like it's spoiled.
Okay, so you're not against vodka, but you're against the people mover?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Now you finally know me.
So wait, how long? We're thinking it's at least 10 years?
Well,
That's
it's got to
okay?
be 10 years. There's no way it came from the house I grew up in. They didn't transport this vodka. It was a purchase or a gift of some
All right.
sort.
So it's 10
And
years.
It could be 10 years. My guess is about 6 or 7 years. They got it and forgot about it.
So not a problem drinking 10-year-old vodka?
No.
Okay, I'm just asking. I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't drink vodka and I don't have it in the house, so I don't
No,
know.
and when I think of alcoholic questions, I think of asking Mark.
I mean, guys, if it was an
Smart move.
right, and if it was an 8-year-old can of chicken noodle soup, I wouldn't hesitate. I'd eat it. But I don't know about 10-year-old vodka.
SpaghettiOs, you'd be fine.
Yeah, totally. It just no problem. I cannot tell you how many times I've been over mom's house in Jersey and I am eating something. All right. And then we look at the expiration date and go, wow,
And it has a 19
throw
in
this
front of
out
it.
5 years ago. Right. Yeah. No problem at all.
Yeah.
Put the dressing on it that, was dated from the, first Bush administration. Doesn't matter.
What do you think of this being my new Twitter profile picture?
I think it's perfect.
I'll be one of those influencer types.
That's a solid move. In fact, who knows? It could lead to a new sponsorship for you, Seth.
Could it?
Seth Everett's Aged Vodka
Sports
podcast.
with Friends is brought to you by 10-year-old vodka. If it's anything within the last 5 years, don't touch it.
Apparently, we're being told in our Twitch chat room, as long as it did not spend a lot of time in the sun, it will be fine.
No, it was in a freezer, I think.
Okay.
We were cleaning out a freezer. I found peas from 1981.
I'd be fine with those too, by the way. Little freezer burn never hurt anybody.
Just put some of the vodka on them. It should clear up anything that's on it,
Right,
Seth.
should kill whatever is troubling it. Right.
Worst case scenario, you got something you really got to clean in the house, Seth. I'd just pour the vodka on it. Everything will be gone.
Something needs to be disinfected, right?
Exactly.
You want to drill a hole through your garage door? Just pour it on there.
Seth Everett, by the way, hosts 3 great podcasts. They're called Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice, and Tech Stream. Obviously, 3 very different topics. And he's very versatile. And every now and then we get to something of substance. Apparently, it's not going to be today.
Not today.
Right. You can follow Seth on Twitter at Seth_Everett.
I do want to talk to you about the whole Tim Anderson, Josh Donaldson
Sure.
suspension. Just your thoughts on suspending someone for words, and do you think that the league is calling Josh Donaldson a racist by the suspension?
It's funny. Talking to a lot of people who know Josh Donaldson well, and as a matter of fact, in the very, very beginnings of Sports with Friends, Josh Donaldson was one of our first guests. People are saying that he's a punk and a loudmouth, but never was equated with being a racist.
Right. So he's a jerk.
The issue that came about is, Tim Anderson used Jackie Robinson as a reference to himself.
Right.
Josh Donaldson was making fun of it. I think that both of them, are kind of strange in that. What I thought baseball was doing was reading their tweets, and it's them reacting. It's the same thing, and I hate this parallel, but it's a true parallel. It's the same thing like baseball leaving Atlanta from the All-Star game to go to Denver, which had the same voting laws that they were protesting. It's the same thing. And so this is baseball being reactive, not proactive. And in this circumstance, what I thought was really strange was how many people on the Yankees ripped him, ripped Josh Donaldson.
Yes.
Nobody was really seemingly to have his back on this. And I just wonder what that does in a clubhouse. Now, in my years studying the sport of baseball, I think chemistry is very, very overrated. If a shortstop and a second baseman hate each other, as a matter of fact, the second baseman is sleeping with the shortstop's wife, but a ground ball is hit to shortstop, and they both know how to field their position, they're going to turn the double play. Chemistry is irrelevant in baseball. It's very relevant in football. It's very relevant in basketball and hockey. It's not relevant in baseball. So one thing shouldn't have anything to do with the other. But I just wonder what the overall impact on that clubhouse is. And if Josh Donaldson becomes persona non grata, do the Yankees try to do something to kind of rectify that? Because, the way it's looking, these pennant races are going to be over by June 15th. You want to make sure that if you have a chance to win something, you're not curtailed by, this side nonsense.
All right. Couple of things you said there that I think we're going to touch on, but it did strike us. I mean, Aaron Boone has been criticized for a number of things, but the biggest of which is he's too damn positive. He will not criticize anyone on the team at any point in time, no matter how badly they're performing. And yet he said Donaldson was wrong.
Yeah.
And he said it immediately, and he said it twice. The only thing he did back
he was reading it just after the text that he got from Cashman.
Well, and he did say, however, I didn't think he deserved to be suspended, but I thought he was wrong. And so that struck us. If Aaron Boone publicly is criticizing a player, that's a first in his 4+ years as manager.
Yeah, it was almost as if the team, they all had a very similar message. And it seemed like they were all together in deciding this is how we're going to talk to the bloody media. Like that it seemed like it was an us against them kind of thing. It didn't seem very genuine. It seemed very contrived. But you're right. They ripped Donaldson. I just wonder what his future is with that team. He's not a vital cog in that machine there.
No, but Aaron Judge is, and Aaron Judge came out pretty hard against him as well.
Yeah,
and that to me is as damning as what Boone said, because if you're getting it from your own, Seth, you've spent too much time in clubhouses to know if you're getting it from your own, your days could be numbered.
Yeah, that's where I see this going. And
no offense. Good luck trading the player in his $26 million a year contract.
Well, you're gonna have to eat it. Yeah, sure.
Good luck. By the way,
it's not our money. By the way, it's not even the Michigan Sports Network money. It's the Yankees.
Look at him. Look at him. Oh man!
I'm telling you right now, there are 6 people in Detroit right now that want to chain him to the People Mover. That's all I know.
People Mover. Give me a shot of this, and I'll come up with a better name.
Love the fact he sounded like Jack Lambert after the AFC Championship game. You give me 10 minutes and a shot of whiskey, and we'll do it again. All right. You also said that the pennant races may be over by June 15th. It's funny that you threw that in because Miller and Moulton earlier in the show said, let's just look at the standings. Here's who'd be in the playoffs today. You tell me 120 games from now, which one of these 12 teams is not going to be in the playoffs? Who's out today?
Yeah.
Do you think at the end is going to be in?
It's a great question. I could look at the standings and just hit print. It literally seems like the teams that are good, there's a glutton of really bad teams this year. The best example that I got was I was talking to some buddies planning a future amazing episode of Sports with Friends in Seattle, and they were talking about the Mariners and how it is not even Memorial Day and they're already punting on the season. And this was a season with high expectations. They're already punting. It's not even Memorial Day.
White Sox, Braves, and Red Sox are all a couple games beneath 500. Which of those teams would you give the best shot to? Because those are the 3 to
Boston.
us.
Well, Boston's hot and cold. I mean, they're either great or they're terrible. And when they're great, you look at them and you say, why aren't they better? Boston to me, they've had a run. They've already had, I think, a 6-game win streak, but they've also had an 8-game losing streak. They're totally hot and cold.
Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice text stream.
Sports with Friends is Mr. Devil, Ken Danico. He's the grinder, the mucker and the grinder. Lost 13 teeth over his playing career. We talk about that and much, much more. A fantastic conversation with Ken Danico.
All right, hold on. I'll give you good news and bad news on this day in Devils history. Good news, 10 years ago, you beat the Rangers in Game 6 to go to the Stanley Cup Finals.
That's the Adam Henrique overtime goal. Yep.
Bad news, today's the anniversary of Messier's guarantee.
I was an intern at WFAN, and the whole office was giddy, and I was the only Devil fan in Astoria, Queens that day.
So there you go.
All right, Hall of Justice and text stream.
Hall of Justice. If you're a fan of Teen Titans and Teen Titans Go, the animated shows, Greg Sipes, who is the voice of Beast Boy. He's been the voice of Beast Boy for nearly 20 years. Greg Sipes. It's a fantastic conversation. It's a guy who's definitely had a couple of these. And text stream, we're talking about how the government is finally trying to break up Google. And why are they like 10 years too late?
Think they'll be able to do it?
I think after yesterday, I think it's going to get pushed on the back burner. And I felt like if you listen to text stream, it sounded outdated the minute everything went down yesterday. So I don't know. I thought it was strange because Facebook and Meta, the company, they're already like 10 steps ahead of what the Congress is trying to do, and it's bipartisan. So that's encouraging. But it just seems like the tech companies are ahead of the game.
Seth, the music's playing. That's your cue. We're done.
See ya.
Enjoy your 10-year-old vodka.
Bye.
Seth Everett, Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice text stream. Follow him on Twitter at Seth_Everett. Yeah, it's another show.
Bonus hour in Southwest Florida is on the other side. Michigan and Florida, thanks for listening. We'll do it again tomorrow morning at 6 a.m.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Mark, we're playing golf.
Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Go to floridasportsnetwork.com to sign up now.
I'd like to thank Budweiser, Twin Peaks, and Southwest Florida Golf Carts. Got some good stuff there, flgolfcarts.com.
Where are you going to go? floridasportsnetwork.com. Sign up for our tournament, Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Your golf will include your foursome and a chance to have lunch and awards after.
Sign up at floridasportsnetwork.com.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com. Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the Chicken Bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, Or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
I got to admit, it's tough for me to continue to pay attention to college baseball because the games are so long.
What happened yesterday? They got up early and just FGC. Oh, you didn't do their game. That's right.
No, I did Eastern Kentucky, North Florida. Apparently now our schedule just got pushed back an hour and a half. So, and we have to do 2 games today instead of 1. Can't complain. I signed up for it. I knew it'd be nuts, though. I knew it'd be nuts. Meanwhile, softball's awesome. 2 hours.
And I could broadcast softball. I'd be a good softball. I mean, I know the game well enough. I could do softball.
Oh, yeah. And you have an enthusiasm for it? Yes, you'd be great. You're good. You got a great voice. Yeah. God, and it's such a great rhythm. You get into it so quickly. Bada bing, bada boom. Innings over. Let's go. Come up. Bada bing, bada boom.
You talking about softball?
Yeah.
Softball's great.
It really is. Not only that, you know what? 7 innings.
My mom used to be the head coach of my high school's softball team, and she actually.
So principal softball coach?
My mom was a softball coach. Yeah.
Cool.
They needed a coach, and she was a teacher, and she used to play softball.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Jotharian, that's the worst. We're barely going to get the noon game in, 12:30 game in, and then it'll start raining, and the game will get pushed back. And at least I got a chance to watch the Rangers last night. Let's see, what's the forecast for today? Gonna go out on a limb. Let's
Well,
see.
if you wanted to pick the Celtics, and
actually, not supposed to rain today.
so Heat and 7 plus 265 right now. Heat and 6 plus 550. Celtics and 6, 140. Celtics and 7, 255. Holy cow, are the odds in favor of the Celtics?
Yeah, I think they're better. Do you know Tampa Bay was only minus 130 for game 4 against the Panthers? It was, remember how we kept marveling at how, wow, you can get really good odds on the Lightning every game of the series? Even up 3-0, they were only a slight favorite to win. Guy on NHL Network was like, I am pounding the Lightning every game. He goes, they're daring me to.
Did you see the stat in the Post today? 62,000 people moved from New York to Florida.
No.
That's a city.
Yeah.
And they say 2022 is going to be bigger.
It's because the people from 2021 are calling their friends going, I don't think you should
get them through a summer first, but you got that right.
15 seconds.
Jotharian, I'd like to see it too. Tampa would win. Mm-hmm.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the beginning of our bonus hour. Thanks so much for being with us, Miller and Moulton, on the Florida Sports Network, still broadcasting on the Miller and Moulton Twitch.tv channel. And if you check us out, follow us. We'd appreciate it. And for those who watch us regularly on Twitch, we are on different sides of the screen this week. and it was a conscious decision. Usually we have it so that we are facing each other when we're talking. But that has Moulton on the left and Miller on the right. Since we're having a new audience this week, 5 Michigan stations in Toledo, Ohio, we thought that we should have, the name of the show is Miller and Moulton. For those that don't know us and are sampling us for the first time, they would put Mark on the left and myself on the right, Miller and Moulton. Now Mark is playing with the Twitch broadcast and he's switched us
it back.
Right. So people are complaining that, saying, it's freaking me out. You guys aren't facing one another when you talk. Well, first off, when you've been together 15 years, you stop facing one another when you talk. But bum. I mean,
it's a dadgum good point. Nothing about what you said that's inaccurate.
I mean, we'd do anything for each other, but there are every now and then there's a time in which it's like, shut up and leave me alone.
But I don't have to look at him to do something for him.
Right, we could do this whole show without looking at each other. Hell, we just did 2 years and we were in different rooms, different cities.
All right. Since we just had Seth on, and you could probably guest host Tech Stream now based on what I'm seeing. I am so impressed, David, and I didn't notice this earlier in the show. But when you retweeted the show's lineup,
right,
on Twitter, you put getting over the hump together.
Right.
And you use the camel emoji.
Right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Man, oh man.
Thank you.
I'll tell you what, just when I think I've got you figured out, you go and do something like that.
Yep. I'm only about 12 years behind schedule now. Yep.
Fantastic.
I'm working on my emoji game.
Do you send them to the wife now? Because for a while we had this discussion somewhere,
right.
Act 1, Act 2,
right,
in which you were emoji free.
I was anti-emoji, and she was nothing but emojis. And I send her hearts now.
Good.
I send her hearts.
Goes a long way.
Not really. She still doesn't recognize haircuts. All right. We spend about an hour and a half together a week. Okay. She still sleeps on one side of the house. I sleep on the other. I don't think the hearts are helping.
Your next step is animated text messages.
Hey, just take it easy.
Let's
now.
calm down
That's
over
easy.
there. Let's calm down over there.
Please. Felipe, I was very proud of myself that I found the camel this morning for the hump day tweet. I mean, I'm sorry. What was that thing you suggested I go to next?
Animated text messages. Before you send a text, you can animate it.
Forget. Listen, these memes and these GIFs, yeah. I have no idea how to do them. No idea whatsoever.
It's really easy, and we could show. In fact, maybe we'll do it during the break.
No. I am not ready for it. I got a lot on my mind. Can't do it. Just leave me and my emojis alone.
By the way, for future reference, if you type like the emoji that you're looking for, it'll pop up in your suggested.
How do you think he gets them?
No. I actually go and find the emoji. I didn't realize you could do that.
Every single emoji.
Does he really? That's something, because I will send when my wife leaves work later than what her scheduled time to leave is. If she's supposed to get done at 5, and I get the text at 5:40 that says
leaving now,
on my way, ETA X. I already know. And my next question is, I send 2 emojis. One of a martini glass, one of a wine glass. Whichever one she likes, that's what I'm supposed to have waiting for when she gets home.
See? That's how you make a marriage work right there.
You're damn right. When you work 4 hours a day, you got to do something. Yesterday, I had a meeting after the show, so I happened to have on a collared shirt. I wear a T-shirt to work pretty much every day.
Yeah.
And yesterday, I had a collared shirt on because I had a meeting with one of our bosses. And when I was leaving in the morning, she looked at me and she goes, "You playing golf today?"
A little disdain in that question.
No, I've got a meeting. Oh. Whole inflection in her voice completely changed.
Well, that's good. That's good.
So today I'm playing golf. I wore a T-shirt. That way she'd have no clue, and I can just go home, change shirts. I don't even get the question in a T-shirt.
Nice.
Along those lines, you know what I've done recently? My wife is, I was concerned when, we just have the one child, and when she got pregnant, all of a sudden, she had a hankering for Lay's potato chips, and I could not buy a big enough bag. All right. She would go through the potato chips like crazy. Well, in the last few months, ever since really, I think the granddaughter was born, my wife is back. I mean, 25 years she went without. And all of a sudden now, my wife is inhaling Lay's potato chips. So, of course, I did ask her, are you pregnant? I mean, come on now. What am I supposed to think? And we don't have a lot of snacks in the house. I mean, I don't need them because I'll just eat them. And that's what I told her.
Thank you. By the way, thank you.
Yeah.
Why is it that my wife thinks at 52 years old, all of a sudden Will Power and I are going to start getting along?
Yeah, no. I mean, he's an IndyCar driver is what willpower. That's it.
Right. That's it.
No. So I tell her all the time, do not buy them. I will eat them. And I shouldn't be eating them. So please don't buy them. Well, you need something. No, actually, I don't. Look at me. I could not eat for 3 months and survive. Okay? I'm like the bear before winter. Look at me.
I mean, David and I need a good hunger strike.
Oh, my goodness, yes.
We just haven't found anything to really...
Right. If I could have a monthly really bad flu, that would be fantastic. You know, those flus where you lose 8 to 12 pounds, I need a year of that. One a month. It'd be perfect. So the Lay's potato chips are back in the cupboard. And in fact, she's even, I mean, this is how bad it is. She has said to me, my wife never lets me grocery shop. I don't know. It's her thing. I won't let her touch the dishes.
Right.
Because she can't load a dishwasher.
What woman can?
And she, for whatever reason, thinks I can't go up and down each aisle once and grab the items and bring them home. Okay, fine. Whatever. You know, try not to get divorced.
Right.
So
that'd be tough in my house because I love the grocery store.
I do too. So anyway, this is how much the hunkering is right now. She has literally said to me, go get me potato chips. Oh my goodness. So I'm out getting the 2-for-1s, the huge bags. They're $3 off these days. It's fantastic. Well, Mark, guess what? They're in the house.
How the hell are you supposed to get through the hockey playoffs?
Thank you. The NHL playoffs of all. Now, see, you could be watching this year's NBA playoffs and never go to the cupboard. The games just haven't been competitive.
No, but you have about a 15-minute intermission in the NHL. That's you got 15 minutes, not to mention just a commercial break.
Yeah.
In a riveting game, you start walking around.
Totally.
Where do you go?
Oh, no.
The refrigerator or the pantry.
I go right to it. So lately, I've had to resort to the kind of like you faking your wife out today with the T-shirt. Right. I've rolled up the bag of potato chips and put the clip on top of it. It's totally empty about 3 times now during the Stanley Cup playoffs and put them back in the thing.
Hasn't noticed yet?
Nope.
Which means she doesn't really need the potato chips anymore.
Well, she doesn't eat them in the morning. That's what it tells me. So what do I do? On the way home after the show, I grab the potato chips, replace the bag. She's going through potato chips like she's pregnant, so she doesn't recognize the fact that, did I finish that last bag or did the fat guy in the corner?
So wait a minute. When there is a completely rolled down bag of potato chips, it looks as if it has, let's just say, a quarter of a bag in it, even though it's air.
Right.
Do you then eat the 3/4? Or do you just put the full one in there and throw it away?
No, I just put the full one in and throw it away. Hide the bag at the bottom. Okay.
Throw some coffee grounds on top that make sure they never go in.
Right. She's been shredding a lot of paper lately, so it's been real easy. Just hide it underneath.
Shredded paper towels. You throw just a little coffee grounds out there. There's not a human on earth that's going deep in that.
No, nobody's going to dip their hand in that. No. So there you go. I mean, you can put a body. All right. I mean, honestly, underneath some shredding with some coffee grinds. I mean, the police would even go, let's rule him out as a suspect. So when you were talking about faking out your wife, and I'm like, wow, so if the Rangers had lost in the first round, it just no need to fake out the wife. Now that they're actually threatening to go to the conference finals.
You've been getting some good games. Your team's in it.
Right. Playing close, low-scoring games. It's a lot of potato chips.
A lot of tension right there, David.
Absolutely.
And we are tense. We eat for everything.
Yeah.
But stress and tension even wraps it up a little bit higher.
I bought the biggest box of cheese nips that you could buy for a U.S. Open one time, final round. Phil was in contention. I had the whole box gone. Phil was still in the front 9.
He's got get away from the top speed.
I have no idea what that has to do with what
you ate them fast.
Okay.
Damn.
All right. Okay. that's where you're going there. But yes, yeah. So
You know, the one nice thing about this space that we're in right now is that if I had this conversation with my wife, or if you had this conversation with your wife, we'd get dirty looks. Why do you have to eat that much? And I'm not only sympathetic to your cause, I have the same problem.
No, this is one of the few times that the one is impressed with the other right here.
Yeah.
You and I are both looking at one another admirably, whatever. I'll be able to say it by Friday.
Good enough. What? Exactly.
Look, it's like me finding the
emojis.
The emojis. He's all of a sudden he's found a sound machine over there.
What?
Tell you what, we had our original sound machine.
Went down with the ship.
Yeah, I know.
The first ship.
Yep, Act 1. We had some good drops in Act 1.
We did. You know, we had good Act 1 that was good, that we're going to have good in Act 3 as a golf tournament.
It's 2 weeks from Saturday.
Still plenty of spots to sign up. June 11th at West Bay. Hope you can make it out for the Miller and Moulton Golf Tournament. Folds of Honor, the beneficiary. Brought to you by Twin Peaks, Budweiser, and Southwest Florida Golf Carts. Find them online at flgolfcarts.com.
This is, if I get caught with the potato chips, I'm going to have to buy the blinged out pink golf cart from flgolfcarts.com. That's my backup. That's how I can always get out of this.
I do not think that is as far away in your future as you might think that it is. I see that golf cart coming.
Which do you think there's a better chance of? The wife noticing a haircut or noticing that the bag of potato chips is actually empty? And listen, it's a skill to make a bag that had 1/4 to 1/3 potato chips still in it, to roll it up so that it's the same fold at the top, and yet you still have the same amount of air taking up space at the bottom. Don't dismiss what we're able to do here.
Skills, baby. Mad skills. Trying to help you out with them on Miller and Moulton. Thanks for listening on the Florida Sports Network.
Is there an emoji for that?
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Jersey, do you know? They're awful.
City Connect.
I heard it.
They are awful.
Yeah, but how is that a City Connect? It's got a G on them, and most of the city ones are...
Right, they have like significance somehow. I think the NBA city jerseys do a better job of connecting to the city, though. These are really just funky alternatives that each team does.
Unless that's some Golden Gate symbol or something, I don't know. But I mean, the symbol that San Francisco has for their city, the S with the F.
Right.
That works pretty good.
Yeah, it does. I mean,
Yeah, the
I'm thinking
G.
these are the Guardians.
Dave,
It does look like
same
a
thing.
I mean,
But you've seen the Marlins city jerseys, right? Mark,
Huh?
you've seen the Marlins city jerseys, right?
No.
Oh, they're
I
great.
last night was the first night I've watched the Marlins this year.
They had them on last year, though.
Really? They were 180-0 all time.
Okay.
Oh, crap. I probably should find good, bad, and ugly stories here. That's on me. Come on, NBC, deliver.
This is a city jersey.
Uh-huh.
It's
Well, every jersey they have is a city jersey because they're the Miami Marlins.
What do you mean? What do you mean every jersey they have is a city jersey?
Because it says Miami on it.
As opposed to San Francisco.
No, but I'm saying this is the city jersey. It's a collection. That's
I got you.
It's based on the Sugar Kings. It's a Cuban team, Cuban league.
Oh, is that the significance behind it?
That's the inspiration behind it. I like them. They're cool. I like the pinstripe as well.
When's the last time you went to a Marlins game?
Last season,
Okay.
towards the end. I haven't been to one this season yet.
All right.
I like going to Marlins games. Even though no one's there ever.
It's actually sometimes not a bad thing. You can find your seat.
Really?
Sit where you want.
Both times. So I think I went 3 times last season. One time I went, I had tickets given to me, but the other 2 times I walked up and I said, "Give me your cheapest ticket." I got the cheapest ticket and I walked around the entire stadium. Sat wherever I want. It was great. Go Marlins. We're watching Get Up right now. That's on the TV.
Mm-hmm.
One more thing though. These are probably the prettiest ones. This is the Nationals city jerseys. It's got the cherry blossom on it.
Yeah, I hate them.
You don't like them?
No, I just don't like the big WS. You're asking the wrong guy though.
You don't like the hat though?
No.
I love it.
I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
I don't love it, but I'm okay with it.
The Astros have a really funky one as well. Ten seconds.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton live on the Miller and Moulton Twitch.tv channel. Make sure you go to floridasportsnetwork.com. Sign up for the golf tournament 2 weeks, Saturday, June 11th. It's our first time out in 3 years for a variety of reasons. As we settled on, first was gainful employment, and B was a pandemic. So at least 2 of those 3 years, I think, were justified. But we'd like to thank all of you who have supported us in our first, second, and now third act, which is different than the other 2, Miller and Moulton, here on the Florida Sports Network. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when, all coming up in a little more than 15 minutes time.
Poll question today is, how many games will Deshaun Watson get suspended for? The first answer is 0 with no charges filed. 11% of you say 0. Almost 40% of you are in the 4 to 6 range. 25% of you are in the 8 to 12 range. And just a share under that say a full season. Go to FL Sports Network on Twitter, that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, or FloridaSportsNetwork.com to vote.
Also, thanks, Mark, for sending those rejoins. Appreciate that.
Listen, I don't want to say the NBA playoffs have been boring, but I was listening to NBA radio yesterday, and they said the playoffs were boring. In fact,
I'm sorry on both fronts.
Come on now, just 5 minutes. The others were in, because all the talk channels are lined up, and it was like commercial. So I just eventually settled on the one in which they were talking. I mean, usually I start at hockey, which is 91. I go all the way down to NBA, which is 86. In the middle, you got NASCAR. I mean, PGA Tour, if it's a majors on 92, I'll start there. I work right to left, Mark, on my Sirius XM sports talk dial.
I'm not afraid to do PGA radio, so I really shouldn't say anything about you listening to NBA radio.
I mean, come on, the playoffs are going on. I was just curious what it is, they had to say. And literally the focus of the show was, so just how boring have the playoffs been?
Well, we saw a stat this morning that there have been 4 lead changes in the Boston-Miami series.
That's unbelievable.
That's in the series.
Apparently that's historic. 4 games into a playoff series is, 2-0, 3-2, layup 3. That's a lead change.
Well, we're pretty sure in games 3 and 4 that there was not a lead change, period.
No, there was not.
Game 1, there obviously was because Miami came from behind. I'm guessing all 4 of those lead changes happened in game 1.
Maybe there was one in game 2.
Maybe early.
Yeah, early.
Well, that's why I'm wondering about game 3. Is it possible it was like 8-7 early before the Heat jumped out and led by 25 at one point?
I think the Heat jumped out because they looked amazing in the first half of game 3.
And the same thing happened in game 4 where Miami couldn't score. It was 22-1 or whatever the hell it was, 18-1 at one point. So, they're getting competitive series in terms of who wins games. They're just not getting competitive games. And will we get one tonight?
Think about the start of game 3. The Heat jumped out to a 16-4 lead. Led 24-7 mid-first quarter. Built the lead all the way up to 25. Led 29-10 late first quarter. Ended up leading 25 in the second half. Celtics cut it all the way to 1 with 3 minutes to go. But never took the lead. And then last game, obviously, Celtics jumped out 18-1. And the Heat never really cut into it. So both games in Boston, there was not a single lead change. 4 for the series. Now, I will say it doesn't matter if they give us 2-3 really good games here.
Absolutely.
Only been one overtime game in the whole playoffs so far for the NBA. And we're dangerously close to the finals. One overtime game. The Embiid in Toronto, game 3, when he hit the 3 at the buzzer basically to win it.
That was the only overtime game in the playoffs?
So far. Remember the game, and we all were so hopeful because remember game 1 essentially of the playoffs was Brooklyn-Boston. Tremendous finish, and Boston with the layup at the buzzer to win by 1. And we're like, this will be great.
A couple of comebacks in Memphis, Minnesota.
Right.
So the T-Wolves Grizzlies series was really entertaining.
Yeah, T-Wolves blew 3 double-digit fourth quarter leads. That's been the series. That's been worth watching. But we have it's not just, Philly. We have folks in the Twitch chat room who are hoops fans and not hockey fans and have been letting us know, you guys talk hockey a lot, so you kind of, gotten me to turn it on. Well, let me tell you, the hockey product so far has been much better than the hoop product.
Barkley wasn't lying, gang.
Oh, Chuck said that.
Years ago.
Years ago, when Nashville went to the final, which was
19?
The year Tampa got bounced in the first round, or was it the year before that?
Oh, no, 19, the Blues won. I think.
18 was Washington beating Vegas. All right.
That was 18.
19 was when St. Louis beat Boston, so it might be 16 or 17 now. Who played? Did the Penguins play them? So we're talking 16 or 17, but Barkley at the time, and it was NBC carrying the playoffs, and he had to get permission from the Turner folks, and he showed up and he just flat said, "Man, this hockey is better than what we do."
17 for Nashville.
But
that's the number one voice of basketball. I mean, he really and truly is.
Yep.
The number one voice of the sport's Charles Barkley. There's play-by-play guys. They're not the number one voice.
He's up there, yeah.
No, because Charles is the one doing PTI. Charles is the one doing every national interview. He goes on Dan Patrick. Reggie Miller goes on Dan Patrick regularly, but Barkley goes on every show.
Right, and he says what he wants, and no one bats an eye.
It was on the MegaCast.
Right.
There you go.
Who did they go get? Charles Barkley.
Yeah.
I believe he is the number one voice of the sport. Not he's not a play-by-play. That's not what I'm trying to say, Felipe. But he is the number one voice of the sport. And he's sat in there telling you that he likes the NHL playoffs better than the NBA playoffs. That's a problem.
I understand what you're saying, and I also agree with him.
Now, if we can get some, it would be nice if a couple of cliches would come through here. The old adage, oh, you don't have to turn an NBA game on until the final 5 minutes. Boy, we'd love 2 of those, wouldn't we?
We would. And the NBA can win the playoffs over the NHL because, as I have said for years, the 2 playoffs are at a cross. The NHL playoffs get worse to me because injuries, attrition, they just can't play at that level. It's not as physical in the 4th round. Sometimes it is the first. The NBA playoffs seem to get better. So if their final can come through, it doesn't. If the end of the conference final can come through and the final comes through, well, then it doesn't really matter.
Now, to show the popularity, and it has helped the NBA that Golden State's on a run here and Boston's on a deep run. I mean, the NBA is still getting 3 to 4 times the viewership of hockey. And hockey's thrilled with the viewership they're having. This Turner ESPN thing has worked. I mean, they're getting over 2 million people watching some of their midweek playoff games. This unprecedented hockey numbers.
Never happened.
No.
In the history of the NBC Sports Network. They wouldn't have given up the network if they were giving up numbers.
Exactly. Like I mean, they'd get, 800,000 to 1.1 million on NBCSN for Rangers Pens. You put it on TNT, it gets 2.2 million. So the decision to leave NBC, although NBC made the decision to bail and we're not interested in bidding, but this decision has paid off. And yet, even with the non-competitive Heat Celtics series going up against a Rangers playoff game, which is right now the number 1 draw they have left in the playoffs, it's still 7.5 million to 2.2 million. I mean, it's no comparison from a rating standpoint. And just imagine if the Warriors, and I don't get offended, but imagine if it's Warriors Celtics and it's a series. 1-1, 2-2, and the games are fairly compelling.
Yeah, they're going to be doing 12 to 14 million a night.
I mean, they very well may. They very well may.
Because it'll be on ABC by then.
Yeah, absolutely it will. And people love Steph.
By the way, real quick, how great is it that TNT and ESPN both have a Van Gundy in the booth? That's pretty great.
Well, we like Stan. All right? I mean, I'm biased towards Stan because Stan, when he was the coach of the Heat, on his way home from practice, would call in to our little afternoon show. This is before you and I were together.
Yeah.
Coming home from practice, Stan Van Gundy would call into our afternoon show. So that's how good he is with the media. Miller and Moulton. Thanks for listening, Florida Sports Network.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
Mark, we're playing golf.
Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Go to floridasportsnetwork.com to sign up now.
I'd like to thank Budweiser, Twin Peaks, and Southwest Florida Golf Carts. Got some good stuff there. FLGolfCarts.com.
Where are you going to go? floridasportsnetwork.com. Sign up for our tournament Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Your golf will include your foursome and a chance to have lunch and awards after.
Sign up at floridasportsnetwork.com.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Stan. That's great that he would call you guys on the way home from practice. That's cool.
It was remarkable. It was absolutely remarkable. Remember, I think I told you the story that we got hooked up with the Marlins. This station carried Marlins games. We were an affiliate. And when I was, Mark was still working with the hockey team. When I was here solo doing 2 to 4 in the afternoon was my first shift. And then I had to race in and do the TV. And the Marlins routinely walked into the clubhouse around 3:00. And we established a thing where every 10 days, basically it was every homestand, because they'd be home for 6, go on the road, whatever. Every homestand, they would get us somebody walking in the door. They were like, do you care who you get? We said, absolutely not. And this was just before, 03. This was, we're talking 01, 02. We had Josh Beckett, AJ Burnett. All right. We had Miguel Cabrera as a rookie.
No way.
Yeah. I mean, it was tough. Okay. With the language, but
Right,
I mean,
because
we had, we had Conine and Lowell, not Lowell, but we had guys. Okay. And they were literally just walking in. It was 3:20. Game's not till 7:05. PR guy would hand him the phone and go, hey, can you, do 10 minutes? Sure.
that's cool.
Yeah.
Right, Miguel le speak Spanish.
But that's 20 years ago, and it might as well be 60. Because, come on. Nowadays?
Yeah, it wouldn't happen.
Talk about a franchise that could use it. Philly, I will say this. Heat better win their home games. Because I don't think they're going into Boston down 3-2 and winning.
No.
And I don't think they're going into Boston up 3-2 and winning.
I talked to my dad yesterday. He seems to think that the Heat are going to lose Game 7 at home.
It's possible.
It is possible, but
I think they're going to lose Game 5 at home.
Yeah, we both picked, Celtics in
you got
6.
Celtics tonight. All signs are looking towards everyone being. Actually, I don't know if Tyler Hero is not playing tonight, the Heat might be screwed. Even though he hasn't been performing the best, they could still use him,
especially at home.
Yeah, you might get a role player or two come through tonight. Oladipo's been playing pretty well.
Yeah, but
he didn't have a bio sighting.
Well, he was great in Game 3?
Yeah, and invisible. As was the whole team in Game 4. Yeah, Tirico took over after Dan Patrick.
Man, I'll be in a terrible mood tomorrow if we lose tonight.
Just as long as you shower. I'm not kidding.
You didn't this morning.
Yeah, I did.
You did?
Yep.
You look, you were fading in the 8 o'clock hour.
It's because I didn't make my coffee yet.
You know, that's not a bad theory. Get about halfway through the show, get us on the air top of 8 o'clock hour, go get your coffee.
Yeah.
That should carry you right through.
I think it's worked pretty well. I think I get my coffee too early. That's the thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
You do, because you crash from the caffeine.
Yeah.
You
crash and burn.
Yeah, Russillo was with SVP.
But then once that coffee hits.
Yeah. Duncan Robinson, man.
When is he going to show up? Where are you at?
I know. We were calling for you to get some PT. You've gotten a little bit of PT. You've sucked.
Good Lord.
May try to trade him. Get that money off the books. Good luck.
I forgot who it was that I heard talking about this, but this show, Vince's Places, it looks like a great show, but the name is weak and like the promotion, just him with a basketball and a suit. I don't know.
Thanks for listening. And now, more of Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes before the hour. Thanks for being with us. Game 3 tonight at Hertz. Blades trying to go up 3-0 in the conference finals against Newfoundland. Don't discount Newfie. They were down 3-1 in the last round. Had to win games 6 and 7 on the road and did it. So put a stake in them, Everblades. Put a stake in them. They win game 3. They'll think they can win this one too. So game 3 tonight for the Blades. ASUN baseball tournament going on at 2 locations. Swanson Stadium, which is where FGCU plays, and JetBlue. Hosted 1 game yesterday. They're going to host 2 today. I think they host 1 or 2 games on Thursday. That's got to be cool, though, don't you think? I mean, you know, we sometimes take things for granted, and, you know, FGCU players can play the occasional game or a workout, what have you, at Hammond or JetBlue Park. But imagine you're playing for Eastern Kentucky. You fly down to Southwest Florida on Sunday night, and they go, hey, you're playing in this ballpark. You're 3 games. Oh, okay. And you show up at the ballpark, and you go, holy crap, it's Fenway Park.
Just from the clubhouses, by the way. I mean, that's the other side of it. Just the whole getting ready when you're down in the clubhouse, that they're not in an Eastern Kentucky clubhouse anymore. They're in a Major League Baseball clubhouse. Both the home and visitors clubhouses are unlike anything that they will see in the ASUN. That's always what it was for me, is that when you went into a locker room, it wasn't necessarily the stadium sometimes. It all started with the room. And when it had that big time appearance, it just felt differently.
20 minutes before the hour, it is time for
Leave it to the oldest guy in the show, and definitely the oldest soul, to live in the past. Here's David Moulton with Today Was the Day When...
1876, Mark, is where we'll start, and I don't know how the world continued on its axis. We had our first tie in National League history. Philadelphia A's tied Louisville 2-2 and 14. And yet somehow, some way, the sport has continued to survive. Would not be the worst thing.
No, it wouldn't.
It just put an extra innings limit. I mean, we haven't had a long one yet this year, I don't think, but nothing wrong with 11 or 12. Pick a number. Henry Ford, on this day, Mark, 95 years ago in 1927, announced he is stopping production of the Model T Ford.
Just sold too many of them?
I guess. I don't know. It just didn't work anymore. Went the way of the Pinto. 1935, 2 very significant sporting events today. First, I don't know how many of you are familiar with the fact that Babe Ruth did not end his career with the Yankees. He ended his career with the Boston Braves. Now, he was not much of a player, but his final game in the majors, he hit 3 home runs against the Pirates. And it was today in 1935. And it was also the day that Jesse Owens became a legend. A year before the Summer Olympics in Berlin, Jesse Owens equaled or broke 4 world records in less than an hour at a Big Ten meet at Ferry Field in Ann Arbor. And remember, track and field is huge in the first half of the 20th century.
And he broke 4 world records in an hour.
Tied or broke 4 world records in, they say, 45 minutes at a Big Ten meet. That's another thing. It's a college guy doing it.
Right.
Setting world records. On this day in 1948, Ben Hogan wins his second and last PGA. It was match play. He won the final 7-6. He has the car accident the next year before the PGA. And when he recovered, he came back. He never played the PGA again when it was match play. And it was match play, I think, until like 57 or 58. So even when he came back and he played 6-7 years, he didn't play the PGA that year.
Too many rounds, right?
Yeah, all the walking, right. And that's why, quick sidebar with Tiger. Hogan never played more than 6 official events in a season after the car accident.
By the way, I don't know if Tiger can get away with just playing the 4. I mean, I don't know if he can be competitive just playing 4 events. It's almost like he's going to have to play an event 2-3 weeks prior to whatever major. Because if it's 6 events and he's only playing 3 of the 4 majors, not the PGA, it sounds like there was almost a warm-up event.
But there were years that Hogan only played 2. Now, I will say, I did say official events for a reason. It's like the Pebble Beach Pro-Am, for whatever reason, in its infancy was not an official event. And there were times, if you looked at Hogan's record, he had 7 starts that year, but only 4 of them were in official events. But Hogan never played 10 tournaments again, official or otherwise, in a season. But yes, your point of, does Tiger somehow, isn't he scheduled to play something 4th of July weekend across the pond? I thought he signed up for something in early July overseas. It's another reason why I think you should skip the U.S. Open entirely.
Well, yeah, that would end up being 3 tournaments in a month. That's a lot of golf.
Willie Mays' first ever Major League game was today in 1951. He went 0 for 5. Muhammad Ali, because he was Muhammad Ali for the second Liston fight, knocks out Sonny Liston 2-12 into the first round in Lewiston, Maine, and everyone thought it was fixed. The short right hand. Liston ducks down, and Ali hits him with a punch that traveled about 8 inches. And slow it down on videotape. It was legit. But people thought Sonny took a dive because he owed the mob too much. 1975, President Kennedy in 1961 on this day, it was when he gave the speech and announced the goal of putting a man on the moon before the end of the decade, was how he said it with his accent. And as he rhetorically asked, and why are we doing it? Not because it's easy, but because it's hard. Hard. On this day in 68, the Gateway Arch was dedicated in St. Louis, and the Stones released a single, you may have heard of it, Jumpin' Jack Flash.
It's a gas, David.
Midnight Cowboy released on this day in 69. John Voight, Dustin Hoffman won the Oscar the following year. 75, couple things going on. Rick Barry, one of the great playoff seasons, 1975, when he carried the Golden State Warriors to a title. They swept the Bullets on this day in 75. And Bobby Unser won his second Indy 500, a rain-shortened race. The Brady Bunch Hour last aired on this day in 77. And Star Wars was released on the same day, 45 years ago. Canadians beat the Bruins in 6 on this day in 78. Alien was released on this day in 79. A couple of other Indy 500s because Johnny Rutherford won his third on this day in 1980. Scott Dixon in 2008. Ryan Hunter-Reay by 0.06 of a second, second closest finish ever over Helio Castroneves 8 years ago. In 81, Mark Yaz played in his 3,000th game. At the time, only Cobb, Musial, and Hank Aaron had also done that. Here's a noteworthy trade for you, Mark. In 84, the Red Sox sent Dennis Eckersley to the Cubs for Bill Buckner. Eckersley, along with Sutcliffe.
Pretty good trade.
I mean, we're not on the Cubs at the beginning of the season. They acquire Eck in May. They acquire Sutcliffe in mid-June. Sutcliffe goes 16-1. But also you add that with Scott Sanderson, who they had. That was their big three pitching lineup that led them to within a game of the World Series. Calgary got their cup today, Mark, in 89, beating the Canadians in 6. Penguins got their first cup, beat the Minnesota North Stars 8-0 in Game 6 in Minnesota. Jay Leno's first Tonight Show was 30 years ago tonight. By the way, Oprah's last show was 11 years ago today. And this is for me, and I'm being selfish, Mark Messier with the guarantee game and the natural hat trick in Game 6 against the Devils in the Eastern Conference Finals. 28 years ago tonight. Give me a moment. It could.
I was going to say,
tears.
do you need to take a knee right now?
I could use a break. The George Floyd video was released 2 years ago today. Those whose birthday was today and are no longer with us, Mark, include Gene Tunney, Lindsey Nelson, Bill Sharman. How about this? You win title as a player with the Celtics, but then you win a title as a coach of the Lakers. It's got to be the only one to do that, right?
Would think so.
Casey Jones would have been 90 today. Robert Ludlum, the author of the Bourne trilogy. He had 27 thriller novels, I think best remembered for the Bourne trilogy. He would have been 95 today. And Ralph Waldo Emerson, born on this day as well. Urlacher's 44. Sean Merriman's 38. Governor of Maryland, Larry Hogan, 66. Allie Raceman is 28. Roman Reigns is 37. Sir Ian McKellen. You'd know him if you saw him.
Okay.
Famous actor, 83. Mike Myers, 59. The front man for the Scorpions. Am I going to pronounce his last name correct? Klaus, is it mine? He's 74. And Ann Hesh is 53. Today was the day.
A couple of small ones, David, because this was meant to be a good thing. But I know you remember this. It was today in 1986, following the We Are the World, which, only created 2 global concerts and one of the biggest, between that and Live Aid, making of Live Aid. But this was Hands Across America.
Oh, that's right. New York to California. We're all going to join hands.
Yeah, except for like huge gaps in the middle of the country.
Right. I think called the Central Time Zone.
That's the only errors and omissions.
I got a stat line. 4 years ago today, LeBron had 46, 11, and 9 in Game 6 of the Eastern Conference Finals. He averaged 34, 9, and 9 in 22 games in that postseason on 53% shooting.
He's pretty good.
Last time I checked.
You've heard folks elsewhere mock Florida is gonna Florida. Well, Mark Miller sees it differently. He calls it the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
Didn't you say you had 2 things over there? Thought
You did.
Yeah, you said you had 2 things. You gave us the Hands Across America, and then Felipe got the LeBron stat in. Was there another?
Oh, the other one, yeah. Carrie Underwood won Idol. I mean, she's pretty hot, and it's worth mentioning in season 4, 2005. So, for the good, we go to Lake Tahoe, where after a year of cleanup, a scuba dive team has picked up more than 12 tons of trash in the lake. They also picked up lost wallets and engagement rings. No word, David, on whether one of those wallets was yours.
It's not. I can guarantee it.
For the bad, we go to Cape Coral, where people were getting scammed. There's a shocker. As a man was posing as a pool contractor, and he scammed people out of about $88,000. Angel Santana said he was a pool contractor, but you need to give him $15,000 up front. And imagine this. Some people did. Finally, the ugly. Gary Utley of Oklahoma had pleaded guilty. The former postman was getting disability payments that totaled over $700,000. He made the mistake of posting pictures of himself lifting weights, rollerblading, and doing other things on his social media posts. He's been ordered to pay back all of the money. Not much sure how much he has left out of the $732,000, but no word on whether he'll get his postal job back as well. And that, David, is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, May the 25th, 2022.
Game 5 in Miami tonight, Celtics and Heat. First, will we get a game? And secondly, Celtics favored by 2 in Miami. Talk about no
That's
respect.
Disrespect right
no
there.
respect, no respect at all.
I'll lay the points.
The 1 seed.
I understand Vegas doesn't care. I mean, the 1, 12, they don't care. They crunch the numbers, baby. Do the Avs eliminate the Blues tonight? Game 5?
Yes.
They're minus 260. Hockey on TNT tonight. Hoops on ESPN. Rays and Marlins go at it again in baseball.
And we forgot. We said we were going to do this. Congratulations goes out to the Island Coast Gators, becoming the first Lee County school to ever win a state title in baseball. They did so with an 8-7 extra inning win that didn't finish until early this morning.
Public school.
Yeah.
First league in 100 years of playing baseball in Lee County public school system. First public school state champion, because Verot had won a couple. But how about that?
So congratulations to Island Coast. Great job. Game finished at like 2 a.m, too. No school today?
No.
Not for
they
the
won
baseball.
a state title.
Now they got to get the day off after that.
Well,
actually, you got to come. That's the day you show up. You have no. If you won a state title and you're showing up for school, you could sleep through class and the teacher
Yes, you
can't say a
could.
damn thing.
Yes, you could. Actually, you show up just for attendance and then you go home.
What was the guy's name from UNC? Luke something, who showed up to class after a March Madness Sweet 16 win.
Hey, Comer showed up at an 8 a.m. class after they went to the Sweet 16. They arrived at 3 a.m. He had about 2 hours sleep. He walked into class to a standing ovation.
Damn right. That's why you show up. You might even get lucky today, Felipe, if you showed up at class.
I don't even have class.
Find one.
Find some.
Dang.
So you're taking the Heat. We're taking the Celtics because we both picked Boston in 6.
That's it.
Yeah.
Give me a good game.
Yeah, it'd be really nice. Please. Miller and Moulton. Plenty of good seats available at the Trop for Marlins Rays, by the way.
Probably plenty of good seats left for the Blades, too.
Mark, we're playing golf.
Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Go to floridasportsnetwork.com to sign up now.
I'd like to thank Bud